Absolutely disgusting. Grotesque, man. We just got here in Florida. I mean, we literally flew out at 6 a.m. and we didn't get here until 2. Then we had to drive another 2 hours to get here. And it's about 4:40 right now, and they're going to be here any minute now. So we're just waiting. Actually, I just got confirmation that they're 5 minutes away, y'all. So we're going to get in the car. We're going to wait. We're going to show you guys the footage of when he first got in to coming over here. If you guys want to see the uncensored and the whole, thing.
When you do one of those side things, it's hard to scroll up and down.
Over 19,000 members. It truly supports us. I mean, we're moving 3 dudes all across the country, flights, Airbnbs, rentals, you name it, paying the decoy as well. All the help really does help. So we're going to be here waiting. It's going to be raining, so we might go inside the Airbnb here and talk to them inside, but we are going to be getting them right here. So without further ado, let's wait for Anthony Creamer. Oh, he just got out. He just got out. Yeah, let's go talk. Yeah, let's go down. Hey, what's up, Anthony, man? What's this? Listen, my man, I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't want you to think anything sketchy is going on. I know he's a big black guy and everything. We're just here to talk about her mom saw the messages. We don't think you're a bad dude, and genuinely, you got your dog with you. We just want to have a conversation. Is that cool with you? Is it cool if we just, pat you down? He's going to pat you down and then give your dog a pet. What's your dog's name, man? Man, what's up, Jack? Man, he's beautiful, man. He's beautiful. Her mom left. Mom said we could talk inside her house. You want to just go talk inside her house? Yeah, that way I don't want to get your dog wet and stuff. Yeah. Oh, my bad. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is DeMarcus. You kind of know what we'll be talking about? No? Okay. We can just go inside and talk about it. Yeah. No, but I'm telling you, we're not cops at all. You're not in any trouble. It's just a conversation that her mom wants to have with you. You know what I mean? Her mother's worried, because she was there waiting for you, and her mom saw those messages. And so, she hit up our organization. It's kind of like whole last minute thing. So we just want to talk to you about this, get this straightened out, and genuinely we can get you a ride back. So yeah, we can ask him if he can give you a ride back. Hey, I can ask him if he can stay. Yo, Uber. Hey, Anthony said that he gave you a ride. We're just gonna have a conversation with him. Are you cool with just going inside with us while we wait, and then you can give him a ride back? Okay. Well, did tell you how old she was? She didn't. So, how old did she tell you she was? So you were assuming she was 18? Yeah, man, she did text you on Facebook that she was... You didn't get that message? Okay. Were there any other messages from her that you didn't see? Okay. So you hit her up, you said hi first. She said, hey, you're like, how are you? I'm good. Ooh, hey, man. Hey, let's be careful with Jack, man. Let's be careful with Jack. Can you tell me what she said right here?
Yeah, I didn't get that part.
Okay, so why did you say nice?
She told me I got them.
If I were to look at your thing, would it show the same thing that it said that you didn't get? Over here. We got Wi-Fi inside, so we'll see. What's up, Jack? Good boy. Can I see on your end if you got the message of her being... Let's all the way back to the beginning. Okay, yeah, so you did get the message of her saying that she was... So I guess, why did we still come through, man?
I was just coming to hang out with
Okay. She just wanted more? Okay. So you don't even want to be here? But she told you multiple times that she was... That wasn't just the only time. I counted 5 on hand. I know I say you're not going to get in trouble when you're not. And the main reason why you're not going to get in trouble is because I saw you bought your dog. And so I'm thinking, okay, you know what? If someone's bringing a dog to the little girl, he can't have bad intention. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, like totally, you know, just because you're bringing the dog, that's the only reason why I'm like, okay, I think we can have a conversation with him. Facts, yeah, like that for Gucci, like my dog is coming with me. I respect the hell out of that. No, man, that's the main reason why it's like, you know what, I don't think we gotta get anybody else involved. I think we can just talk about this and figure it out and then get you and Jack back home. So now, this is the thing. How long have you been on this?
I got
Okay. So how long have you been on the street list? Since 2010? So that's when you got. Okay. So how long were you in prison for? Okay. And you said alleged. So what did they allege you did?
the girl accused me, but she recanted her story.
Okay.
That's recent.
And how old was that girl?
And she recanted her story, but my sister, yeah.
Now you said, but the court document said, so she, when this allegedly happened. Okay. So and you were 19, right?
Just about.
So what did they say happened? But you've been a offender for almost 10 years now. I mean, it's not a long time to be on the sex registry list, and all this, you know, you went through this before, you know, alleged, but now, how old is? And kind of what's this right here? But like, can you tell me what that is? So is this your? So why did you send her a picture? You think this is a wise thing to send to? Especially what you know, we gotta keep it real. Especially what you've been through, man. Why we send pictures of our the. So I understand why you weren't fully honest with me earlier because you did it random and stuff like that, and I think that actually shows your true character because you know if you were just straight up honest, like right off the bat, that's a solid sociopath. That's one that doesn't care about it. So I totally understand why you weren't fully honest with me earlier, but last weekend, did you know the whole time that she was coming up here? I appreciate that, man.
I don't want you.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of random for your Uber driver to be hearing all this. Yeah, but you know. So what did you tell your brother that you were coming to come do? Did you tell them how old the person was? Now, what would your brother have thought if you told him? So why didn't you tell him? Okay. Man, that's the thing, man. Idle time is the devil's playground. Okay. Well, maybe we should just keep on playing video games, you know? How long have you had this attraction to younger females? It's a pattern now, you know what I mean? And so, to stop it, we gotta get to the source of it, you know? And that's what I'm here to do to help. Our organization is called Kid Protector America, and we help individuals who are going through this stuff try to break this cycle. Okay, so when you get lonely, you just want to talk to younger girls? Is that what it is? But you know, like, if they're underage, you can't talk to them. You know, I don't think I have to embarrass you by reading these messages, man. You're being really honest with me now. I appreciate that, man. Do we have any apps like Telegram or Signal? You know, Snapchat. Okay, on Snapchat, like, we gotta find the catalyst for this. Catalyst means it's like the starting point, you know what I mean? So, on Snapchat, man, is there other young girls I'm talking to? Don't worry, I'm not trying to figure out about them. I'm not letting you know. It's cool if you put your phone like right there. Is it cool if I touch it? Is that okay? Yeah, okay, no, okay, so we got Zangy right here. Okay, so what's
I don't know, like, I downloaded it.
Do I need a prescription for this?
I was talking to this chick that's from here. Is Just 2 weeks.
Okay.
Major problem, yeah.
Oh, dang.
But this girl don't like she likes me.
So on any of these things, are like we getting any videos or things of people that are younger on the younger side, or do you have any younger people reaching out sending us like crazy photos that they shouldn't be sending to people, especially random people?
Not on Snapchat.
On your Snapchat, no. Never had any young girls hit you up.
I have no.
Okay, so why'd you block them but not
I was just trying to be
Fingers never felt so nimble.
She told me I was in trouble in time.
That's cool. Okay, so it's not only, we were talking to, well,
Oh, you're talking about the chick that fly?
Yeah. So you see a pattern now, Canna. On the case file, it was saying that thing wasn't consensual. It was saying that it was aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
So I would appreciate you to be honest with me, because I know a lot of prosecutors up in PA. I know they're good people. I know they fabricate. And I actually called up there to get a little bit more details, because if it wasn't fabrication, then I think this would have been a whole different conversation. But when I talked to the prosecutors up in PA, they told me that this is one of the most clear cases of just abuse of a child that they'd ever seen, and that it was grotesque. And that's why you were put on the registry list. But because this was your first violent offense like that, they only gave you, like 7, 10 years? 5 to 10? So why did you do what you did to Anna?
I promise, I swear to God now, I did not want her.
So why would they just lie like that? So why did they find your at the scene?
I don't know if they didn't find that because they never gave me that.
Rest your head. What's left of it?
So they didn't find anything. But they still said in the report and everything that there was DNA found at the scene. So what did that get? That would have automatically got your case dismissed. In PA, if that happened and they withheld evidence, which they would have because your defense team would have not gotten the evidence of the quote-unquote DNA at the scene.
When I taste them.
Yeah, so I'm saying that would have got your case dismissed. So if I were to talk to your brother and I asked him what had happened, would he say he claimed your innocence as well? So he would claim your innocence, but what if I also told him, also your brother Anthony is here trying to get another?
Like that.
So this went all the way up to the FBI. I'm just trying to figure all this out, man, because, once it's a coincidence, twice in the pattern. This is the second time that we know of.
We got some ground transport nearby. Gonna lay low.
But you don't, even though you're technically off of maybe your jail parole, you're still, if you're a lifetime offender, you're on a lifetime parole technically. Or if you do something that re-offends that, it's almost like you broke the parole. Like that, right? Why come and do all this? Why come and put yourself in pain for doing all this again? So if you had a daughter, would you let them hang out with her unsupervised? Why would you? Exactly. So what's the difference here? Exactly. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah, you are. At least with that.
Well, I think I was going to come here and get jumped by 3 people.
Whoa, you're not. Listen, my man, here. If you want to leave, you can leave right now. I don't want you to think I'm holding you. Okay, you can leave. Okay. I'm not keeping you here right now. You can leave right now, man. I just want to have a God's honest conversation. If you want to leave, you're more than free to get up and walk out. But if you want to sit here and talk about this,
I don't want to talk about it, so I feel like I'm in court again. You can understand where I'm coming from. I'm an innocent man from up in Pennsylvania.
but are you an innocent man right now?
No, I'm not.
Then that's why we have to talk about it. Or that's why I want to talk about it. We don't have to. That's never happened. Yeah, that's never. But you said nothing happened, but you said this picture right here. So that's 2. Then you told her, "Are you tight?" And she was like, "What is that?" And she was like, "You said it's tight." You asked her if she shaved. Asked her, "Can I see you?" You asked her, "Can you see?" And while we're having, how big is it? I hope my fit. So you're acknowledging that she's gonna be small, and you're asking, "Will my fit?"
Yeah, but I've never done that.
Oh, what would have stopped you if you weren't here? What? Okay, tell me what would have stopped you. And what evidence do I have to see that, okay, you know what, Anthony said all this stuff online, but when he gets here, he wouldn't have done it?
Like I said, if I would have known that the time we did that, I would never do
But you know, that's 2 different things. That's, if I knew I would have gotten in trouble, I would have never done it. There's that. So why did you?
I said, no, you just have that wrong. Right. I don't have no friends now. Come down to the council and you have to. Yeah. But my brother was playing for me. I said, you know, no, this is not this. Bedford. I'm 34. I had Bedford. You know what I mean? I just wanted to be super bad.
We did something the same day.
No, I was like, they're on that couch.
So you leave the couch, come sleep on another couch.
I just want to see.
This LP
You'll see when you figure out your own bed.
I know it sounds weird, but I'm gonna take that one.
And I guess, what would she have done in return for all this hospitality? And what benefits do you get with being friends with Anthony? Because, I mean, the benefits I see of being her friend is you get after your and been in her. And after big, you say, is it cool if I go in and go to, what you said, I would break up. You said, no, I would want to pull it out. So, that benefits. Am I twisting your words? This is what you said.
I know it.
So how about this? Yeah. Yes. His name is Anthony Flavor, and he just Ubered over 2 hours to keep me up the road. And right now, he's walking, man. Just really, yeah, I'm just maybe just talking to us. He brought his dog as well. Are you moving? Yeah. What? Oh, man, that's all wrong, bro. I did that with the Muslim, you know how like Christians cross? Yeah, the Muslims, it's the moon and the crescent star. Or the crescent moon and the star, I think that's how it's called. So I thought you were Muslim, man. Man, are you tired? I'm tired too, bro. Man, bro. Man, you want to chill on there in the neighborhood or get in the car? I mean, it's up to you to chill out there.
All you ever was.
I mean, what's wrong with the guitar that you go? Okay? Now, you make him work for his money, man. Well, like I said from the beginning, man, I don't think you're a bad guy. I just think, and I'm sorry for like an interrogation, but, you know, well, maybe I should have been more of a friend and been more caring. So I apologize on that. I apologize. Jake. I apologize to you, Beth. You didn't sign up for this. But man, listen, you know, on EE63aN.gKirtip, you can watch exclusive, uncensored videos all for only like $4.45. You understand that? But soon it's going to be up to $6. But people that are already logged in at $4.45 right now, they're going to be logged in like at $4.45. So when they raise it to $6.50, they're going to be at $4.45. we're at 19,000 members already, man. So if they join up right now, they can make it. And they can see all of this uncensored, all of that good jazz. I hope you understand what I'm saying. If you don't, I'll break it down. So you don't want me to break it down? Okay, I'll about to break it down. I'm gonna lie, is there any good cupcakes around here? Or that we can get on the way? Or are they on there? What is it? I don't believe it. There's a bunch of people. I was just telling you what we're talking. It's a bunch of black guys. Oh my god. That's probably. Anthony, you're never gonna send pics with girls, right? You're not gonna talk with girls anymore? And you are a friend for life, right? Okay. And you did this the whole time? Can you tell that this is my last time ever doing this to girls? And all the messages that you sent, those are yours, right? And you don't think that's you promise? Can you shake that off in your hand and say, I'll never do this again? Oh, I think you can. Oh, my age demographic. How old are you? Oh, it's not. You're my age demographic for YouTube. I don't know if you know who I am. I do not. I've seen like the other. I've seen like the one. It's like Walmart. Oh no. No, we get them arrested, man. You're gonna get caught up. I'm gonna you're gonna. Oh no, I promise. You're gonna get. Oh no, I promise. Well, I can promise you something, okay? That's all I can promise. Let me go talk to him. What's up? Remember? You do report about things that we had. So, I'm going to forward it to SEU, and then they're going to do their investigation. But I just got to go to the supervisor, and we're not making a project call for the rest of it. I think so. Like, they're going to do stuff to SEU. It's okay, I just talked to you. Yeah, yeah, I just want to talk to you. Yeah. Hello? I'm not feeling good until I got the news. Okay. I would understand the other. So, I used to work in Major Gross. I used to do these cases. I told him absolutely correct all evidence, and we will follow up, and we were working on the back end computer stuff, and I'm assuming you didn't hear me talking to Ryan. No, sir. Okay. No, sir. Okay. And, we're able to determine the validity of everything, and once we review that, the attorney will 100%. Well, and we're on board. I understand you're on board, but I'm not gonna lie. I promise you, I can make your job 10 times easier if you come on scene. The guy is a complete idiot. Here's the problem, man. You're not a sworn law enforcement officer that he sent the footage. You're an adult man. I understand that, but in the same county, we have a friend who had got 2 convictions here, and one of them is serving 7 years. He was arrested in 2023. His wife, who was in 1 years ago, is now arrested. So you guys do accept chat. Yeah, I'm totally all board. Get along for the guy, but we need some time to kind of consider. I just called the sergeant at SBU before I called you to confirm this. I just want to ask this. So, I guess, would it affect anything if you guys came through? You guys came and questioned him, read him into the random bits, asked him all the questions, and sent all these messages. And if he confirms all of that, I mean, like, would that not benefit you and make the process a lot faster? So, I'm going to talk to the deputy, and yes, I would like an interview, but we're not going to make a profit cause and press and all this stuff. So the deputy's going to talk to you and get the whole story rather than me telling them and them getting themselves. Okay. So then you tell him, he's going to interview back, just like that, no problem. Okay. And then if you can provide the deputy. We have all the video footage. So he only messaged on Facebook. He messaged first on Facebook. We got all the chat logs. So we have it's all on Facebook. And we have it on screenshot it and Instagram board. Love it. Hypothetically, when he interviews him, if he corroborates all this, could he not be arrested today?
We are not going to arrest him today because I called RFD and then want to get with the city attorney and confirm all this information before they do this. And I just talked to two sergeants in there, like, they're on board. We're 100% agree. Like, we're on the same side here. I agree with you. I know you're not getting the content you're probably looking for today.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't really care about the content. You know, this dude, the girl, and you know, he just tried to come from another girl, and how he's
That's all I agree.
So, you know, I mean, I think.
And that's more important than arrest today or conviction.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
This arrest him today and he gets out tonight on bond, and the case doesn't get prosecuted.
it's not going to get out on bond. It's not going to get out on bond. That's the whole thing. That's the thing about like, if he leaves today, where he lives, it's I'm looking up something 2 days to walk back home. And he called hotel, lives in the trailer, with friends. We have no money. Not going to be able to post bed. So we got murder arrested today. You know, I would understand, like, you know, he has some money. I don't understand that. He get a stable position. This man, I have. Honestly,
Maybe if the state attorney agrees that the case is rock solid, we can get a solid charge.
It's good actually for the generation. That with that.
he didn't say you from
Right, he doesn't have that. If I'm right on, and if we came from that, then that'll
So they'll speed everything up. Exactly. So they're not going to arrest him for what he did today, but what they can get him is failure to register. Because he doesn't have an address.
It's over for you.
And also he came all the way over here before register, telling them that before which is illegal when you were arrested. So they're going to get their husband randomized and he will be arrested. And hopefully if he gets past their investigation. So he did that and all that. They did take his phone. Should be able. Yo, Anthony, I got a question, man. You kept on talking about your trawler getting broken, and I was just wondering, like, you got broken in jail? Wait, how did they break your arm? Yeah. They put you in an arm bar? So, for once a month, for 2 years straight, there's 12 months in a year. So, almost 100 times in prison, the worst time of your life, right? And then you come and do something that can put you right back in prison. It's almost like you kind of want to be put back in that situation.
No, I really did. I was doing
Okay. That is alright. We spot key up there. They, once they take one, that's the year. I'll be there with it. I'm hoping it will happen. Oh, that's good. Oh, you're the yeah, how you doing?
Sorry, man. It's been like crazy. I was like front round and this off the top of the head. So, like, yes, sir. I'm trying to cover both sides. Hopefully that can cut that out. Not here. I did. Yeah. Well, so today's going to be charged with attempted conspiracy.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm the happiest guy in the world.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yo, what's good with y'all, man? Appreciate you guys watching toward the end of the video. If you guys enjoyed, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share. And please consider supporting us on edpwatch.com, where you guys can get live catches. You guys get uncensored videos, extended videos, freaking videos that we can't post on YouTube. All of that on edpwatch.com. Now, let's talk about Anthony Cramer. So Anthony Cramer, he was arrested. Here's all his arrest details and everything. He is still in jail to this day. Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. I got a call from the prosecutor, the Citrus County DA's office. They said that they're probably not going to prosecute him because most of the chat logs that he sent were from Polk County, and he came from Polk County all the way to Citrus County. I argued, well, yeah, he came from Polk County to Citrus County, but it doesn't matter. He still came all the way over there. We have similar cases where the exact same thing happened, where somebody said chat log from somewhere else, and they drove 3 hours to where they thought the decoy was. And so he's talking about sending the case over to Polk County. Now, Polk County, they do not mess with groups like this. They think only police officers can do this. They think it's only a crime if it happens to a police officer, which is absolutely ridiculous because we see a pattern with the dude. This dude's an RSO. He has a victim already, did 10 years for it, got out, and now he's doing it again. Obviously, the dude does not care about his freedom. All he cares about is the next victim that he can catch. And if he gets back out on the streets, he's gonna do it again. And I do not trust Polk County with this case, so I'm gonna put all the information for the Citrus County District Attorney's Office. I want you guys to just be respectful because they have prosecuted cases like this in their county. But the thing was, in their county, the people lived in their county. Alex had a guy that lived there, and they caught him, and obviously, I think he's doing like 10 years or something like that. So it's not like they don't want to work our case. It's just that when it comes to DAs, man, they get real fickle. If they don't think it's 100% sure case, then, they don't want to take it.
The most anticipated game of 2025 just came out, and the question begs to be asked, does it live up to the crazy amount of hype that it's been generating over the last handful of years? I got something in my eye. Oh boy, that's an eyelash in my eye. Oh baby. Oh. And they say making videos is easy. You see that shit right there? Wow. Pardon my weakness, I had to excuse myself to the restroom to take care of that. This is a dangerous job. Don't let anyone tell you different. Heroes, really, is a term some people would use when it comes to yapping on the line. Anyway, Hollow Knight Silksong just came out. This game has been highly anticipated for many, many years, thus there are huge expectations put upon it by people like me, who really like the first Hollow Knight online. So now that the game is here, does it live up to the expectations? Yep. I think so. I actually just finished the game and posted my Let's Play from gaming channel, so check that out. Let's Crypto Gaming channel on YouTube. I started the game on stream, but switched it off because I was just training on it. I was addicted to it. So the vast majority of my playthrough is recorded from off-stream gaming, which I've been doing so much more of recently. So I just beat the game and I want to give you my review of it. Or at least I thought I beat the game. It turns out that there is a secret third act to Hollow Knight Silksong that is unlocked after finishing all of the wishes in the game, which I didn't know. I beat the game, getting to the credits rolling, and I did most of the wishes. I didn't do all of them. It feels to unlock this. So I'm very excited to go back and do that now. That's one of the most beautiful things about Hollow Knight Silksong. I pumped 15.5 hours into this game, thought I beat it. Turned out this is I've been working on the points I thought, all for only $20. What an incredible fucking game. The game is just so content rich. It puts a big smile on your face. I do most of my gaming blind. I don't look up a whole lot about the game or like watch news or anything. Occasionally, like with Hollow Knight, there's so many stuff all over the thing. But I had no idea that there was even more content after the credits rolled if you did all of the wishes and the prerequisites to unlock. So now I have even more to go back to and spend even more time in the game with, which I'm really looking forward to because the game is so good. So let's go ahead and dive in here. There's actually been a lot of discussion about this game being like so hard or like really unfair because it's so punishing with how everything does 2 masks worth of damage. For those who don't know anything about the game, your health is measured in masks, so something doing 2 masks worth is a big chunk of your health. And it's led to like this big discussion about, you know, the game being too hard. There's even a mod that I saw going viral that takes out double damage, like the double max damage thing. Which I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you right now, that is some fucking weenie hut junior activity right there. Like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm not the fucking hall monitor here to ensure that you're playing the game the way I want you to play it or whatever. Like, you only show up with this game. There's such thing as really owning games or whatever. That's a totally separate tangent. Point is, you play it how you want to play it. Yes, the developers intended it to be played this way, out of the box, but if you have more fun taking that and making it easier, and just single player. You're not doing someone else. By doing it, I think it is a little bit like footsteps. You just start cutting the crust off while you're sandwiches, you know, normal. But piggybacking off of this discussion, we can both understand there is something, it's kind of like the only complaint I have about Silksong that I think is a little overdone. And it is the 2 damage enemies. Because basically every common enemy and every single like obstacle enemy does 2 masses worth of damage. It's just ridiculous. Even the most throwaway trash mob in like the starting zone will be doing like 2 damage to you. Like it is a little excessive. Do I think the game is too hard for it? Not necessarily, but it does make it annoying. Because when you are trying to explore and look for secrets or something, or you're doing like a run back to a boss, and the run backs aren't very forgiving. They are pretty long run backs in some cases where your bench is far away from where you died on that boss. So you want to just like breeze through the trash mobs to get back, but the trash mobs fucking claw you. They claw you for 2 masses most of the time. That's annoying. And it makes it kind of tedious for the sake of being tedious, because it's not hard to kill those trash mobs, you just don't want to spend the time to do it most of the time. So I do understand that complaint. Like, that does become a bit of a headache. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No. But especially in late game, that was like the one thing that would have me frowning. It's like, this was a great boss fight. Unfortunately, I lost. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is having to run back through to get to the boss. Because like, I'm going to have to go through these fucking trash mob done 2 masks if I slip up or try to get through. That takes a little. That's the only, like, actual that I have about the game. The other thing that I wasn't loving in the beginning was with reverse press or default attacks. You don't have like a normal down air. You don't have a down attack, which I didn't like. It made going odd to me. It just felt awkward. And as I got better in the game, that was easy. But I always preferred the whole night down. That was the pogo system and it felt more intuitive. It's a big game to unlock more press, which are more evil, and they do have the normal down deal for normal Pokemon as well as other options. So that complaint was completely washed away by the time I made it to mid-game. So I really only have one thing that I didn't love what I did this year. Everything else, I adore. I think this is an incredible sequel to the first part of the game. But there were huge expectations placed in the game. I think they delivered. I really think they fucking delivered here. I think they served us a beautiful gift. I think the game is visually stunning. I think the soundtrack goes super hard, especially for the beautifully. They pull out all the fucking stuff. Like the music goes berserk towards the end of the game. I love the cutscenes that they've added in here. Even though I'm not overly familiar with the lore of Hollow Knight, I really enjoyed the characters here. They were extremely charming. The writing felt good. I liked the story. In life, there is no debuff greater than growing up with a big, pathetic loser as a father. It is just setting you up for a bad time, and I feel really bad for the kid you're out there because his father is just a complete total idiot. His dad is directly involved in his son in his fraudulent business, which is scamming people for Pokemon. Just gotta make sure that by that. Like, thank you. I don't want to throw my card. Personal research, Black Book training, direct keyboard, buddy, comment.
Evie and I thought,
Dude, it's the Foghorn Leghorn there. Well, I'm sorry. Anyway, this is another whatnot scammer, but this one's a little different because he's turned the scamming business into a family deal. So he actually has his son going through the chat and even opening back to the chat that normal people have spent real money on under the impression that they are legitimate, untampered facts, but in reality they are resealed, meaning this Uber, this fucking slime, went through, took out all the hits, but then put a bunch of shitty parts in there and resealed it, and is now selling them for full price, well, scalp price, which is even higher than full price, to unsuspecting people and whatnot. And you can even see in this first pack here, packs do not open like that. These packs fucking fall into parts. And it's not like some conspiracy theory that people upset they didn't get fake hits from or making up. He even gets caught with the end of this, where he repackaged the pack incorrectly and he just says, "Oh, but we got caught." So then he starts talking about how they got caught red-handed, telling his son that they're going to have to, stop for a little while and wait till people leave because, well, they just got their scam exposed. So he is literally teaching his kid how to be a piece of shit like him. That is the legacy he is leaving behind to his son. How to scam people for Pokemon cards. Is there anything more pitiful? What a fucking embarrassing loser of a father.
Can everyone tap screen and get some parts resized? Thank you so much. Wow. That is awesome.
Oh, look, here's the live stream today.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. You guys deserve the world as you're doing this with your son. It's a blessing. Thank you so much, guys. Almost. Remember, gotta keep it there.
It's so sickeningly shameless. Not only does he use his son to open and peddle these fake resealed packs to people that he bought them, he also uses his son as a marketing tool, telling people like, "Oh, we all listen to Dad and his boy just opening some packs, it's very cool, really business, thanks for supporting them. Share this stream, it's a lot of hearts, let's support us." This is like really good stuff right here, guys. So, I want to thank you, and like part of our family too now. You know that? Yeah, make sure to share our whatnot stream. That way more people will buy these recent packs. Come on, guys. It's me and my son. Me and my boy, Junior here. Come on.
What's up with you guys? I mean, hey, if you ever get the hit on this page, we'll be more than willing to take it. That's why I want to tell them to not take it off the camera so that you guys don't think it. Exactly. I think that's it.
If you love eating shit, well, he had some great news for you because not only did he scam you with Pokemon cards, it sounds like he also does with sports cards too. Holy jolly Christmas, happy Homer! Now, this is when the chat started to realize something fishy was going on. The packs kept opening in really suspicious ways. The crazy thing is, people that buy packs and whatnot, they definitely open some themselves. And immediately recognize that there is something awry with the way these packs are just fucking disintegrating at, like, the slightest movements of it. Like, these packs just fucking go on and get into you. Like, there's something off. And not only that, there are no hits in all these shits. It's very suspicious, and now he's trying to like convince them, "Oh, it's just where's the dry spell? It's just really up on these, Sometimes that's just the way that it's unfortunately, I'm sorry to say. This is my son, by the way, and also he's not opening packs. Also, he's trying to convince people that there's nothing shady going on because everything stays on camera. He's like, keep my son. You gotta make sure everything's above board. No, silliness with regards to industry. We don't want anyone to think that we're scamming with the old switcher or something. It's all right there in your face, up close and personal. Like that proves anything. It's a fucking resealed pack. It doesn't matter. They didn't have to bring it off screen to scam. You already scammed before ever going away.
Absolutely. He's constantly refilling. Alright, cool.
Alright, let's do it. That's a lot.
No, it's fine. We're fine. We're not going to start really cool. I mean, yeah, we don't, we can stop straight. We don't. If anything, we are literally a part of the community. Support the community so much that we are active collectors here. We are collectors. So, yeah, plenty. You don't need to retail money. You have a lot of stuff.
The fuck are you blabbering about? What have you even saying? No, resealing? Resealing? Without that, I've never seen it. I don't know what that means. No, we wouldn't do anything like that. We're collectors. We have our own stuff. We wouldn't reseal it. What does that even mean? You're collectors, you have your own stuff, you don't need to reseal. That has nothing to do with anything. This unskippable cutscene here is just the worst fucking dialogue, this mumbo jumbo that has nothing to do with the scam that he's performing. You sound more guilty than you right. This actually seems like in LA Noir when you have the guiltiest person in front of you who just keeps going, reseal. Like, you could not sound more nervous.
Just ignore it. That's a good.
Okay.
Fine.
This was their big gotcha moment. Slam dunking on the haters here. Proves them wrong. These fools thought they were resealed. Check out this turbo hit here. Meanwhile, the card is worth 25 cents. It is still a piece of dog doo-doo. Like, it is still resealed. They just slipped something in there that wasn't the standard, like, reverse hollow trash that nobody wants. It is still pennies compared to what they're paying for on these packs.
I can't wait when I get huge hits and it stops all these. That's Black Wolf more style. One thing, what's done is they're going to think that you're doing something sketchy. Oh, that's not fun. That's one thing.
Another.
That's pretty fun. Yeah, so that's really well. Saying about the
Getting crowded.
yeah, that's something. There's no kind of fun. Yeah, so you already kind of did that. Yeah. That was pretty close.
This guy's a complete failure in every aspect of life. Not only did he fail at the easiest scam ever of just packing the Pokemon cards in the correct order, he somehow fucked that up. The reason he got caught red-handed there, so much so that not even he could wiggle his way out of it, is because he put the fucking energy in between the hits there. That doesn't happen. That never happens in real packs. And he also thought he turned the stream off when he openly admits to getting caught in a scam. What he is openly admitting to is a crime. It is fraud. He has scammed people out of their hard-earned lands. And he is now admitting to it on camera to his dog. Yeah, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. That was real bad. We just, yeah, they got us. They really got us on that score.
Yeah. No, we can't. Not right now. But later. And these are all gone. I'm gonna do it again. That was pretty bad. We made a good knockdown. We made a great fight.
When he sees his phone, that's when he realized he was still alive. So he planned on just letting this sit and simmer for a little while, so all the people he scammed, he was just going to wait for the ball to like go to bed and de-aggro. Because they clearly called him out. They did do full-on scam. and they've now just started to fix it. So his plan was to just wait, so that way they could really get made to another group of suckers. And he's teaching his son this, by the way. He is treating this like it's a real practice that he is now involving his son in. This is what he is teaching his kid. That is sad. I feel terrible for the kid to have this loser as their dad. That shit sucks. And he's talking, bragging about how much money they made doing it. Talking about they made a great amount doing it. You know, hold your head up high, son. We did great with the scam today. It's just, it's so awful, man. It's so fucking awful.
What's the overall life expectancy?
Yes.
That might be the craziest statistic in the world right now.
A Canadian force fielder was found dead in Latvia by accidentally just exposed very expensive groceries in this country. Joe Rogan talks about how the life expectancy is so, I mean, this is crazy. No one's sorry, 2.5 million immigrants come to the country every year. It's getting bananas. So we're talking about everything that I mentioned, plus a little more because it is really example of the thing. We're not going to channel that for everyone to go to like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Let's go to the channel. We got a lot of stuff to do, but it's not like both of us haven't been about years, and then now we're bringing up kids, and it's been gone before we get to the road. I do make this comment of talking about our experience at church for the first video that me goes to church, which is great, and it was phenomenal. It was really good. I'm still fighting the emotional stuff, like when I'm hearing songs and all that stuff. It makes me angry. Singing, they're happy, going to emotional triggers response, and I'm fighting that response. I'm not fighting myself. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna cry. Make that cry. No, before I was over emotional. So, anyways, I'm down to keep exploring that because it's that's the feel that was actually good. To church and just participate. No, I might not have go to understand the same emotional part of church. I still feel it's times building the body and the church is their faith. So it's how readily it's time to do that connection. So it's something I'm exploring, and I'm excited to go next Sunday. Where I'm going since 15, I'm in church, thinking about it, that's that. That's commentators. That's not very long time. I don't need it for me. Suggest that you go, but I suggest that if you're thinking that benefits you, then you should explore those options. Let's get into it. I got back to church. It's sort of a small guy. One of the kids goes down for a nap, and it's fine. That's also a good advice for sure. You want to go? You should. You should. If I go to the grocery store items, and I get everything on the item list, and it costs so much money, and I post about it on X, and it's like kind of going viral a little bit. So here's what I posted on X. My wife sent me to the store for a quick shop. I left out right after church, but I knew this was right after church for these items, and it costs $27.09. Even without the Tylenol and Advil, it would still cost roughly $45 for milk, eggs, bread, cheese, and sponges. You can see how the average person in Canada will have a hard time keeping up with the bills if this grocery market is this expensive. I got milk, that's 18 eggs, Tylenol, Advil, cheese, so I thought it was light bread, it was sourdough bread, but it's still like sourdough bread, and then some sponges and some price there. Whereas when you compare this to This is a friend of mine who sent me these photos from Texas. This is how much they're paying in Texas for the same milk. $2.50, and instead of paying $11.99 for 18 eggs, they're paying $3.97. So even if you take into consideration the conversion from Canada to US dollars, it still doesn't even make any sense. So after the state of Canada, I just got home and said, "Wow, this is expensive." So I laid it out on the counter. I think everybody see that was no, Canada really sucks. So, yeah, it sucks having to spend money at this caliber because sure as heck aren't making now. Now let's get into shall I to these Canadian forces and people in Latvia was found dead. This for 5 days, and then all of a sudden found dead. This is a super tragic story, folks.
The Canadian Armed Forces member in Latvia, reported missing earlier this week, has been found dead.
The one else who was part of an aviation battalion, I mean, that's probably just, they're shattered right now, but losing one of their loved ones, and family, it is a family of families, and so they're going to be really, sad about doing that, but at the same time, they're all professionals, and the mission carries on.
The Department of National Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces say the body of Warrant Officer George Pohl was found on Friday. In a statement, Canada's Chief of Defense Staff says Warrant Officer Pohl will be remembered for his many years of dedicated service, and our hearts are with all who knew him during this time of great sorrow. He had been deployed to Latvia as part of Operation Reassurance and was reported missing on Tuesday. An investigation into Pohl's death is ongoing, but officials say there's no indication of a threat to other deployed armed forces. Pohl had been a member of the Canadian Armed Forces for almost 20 years and was a veteran of several missions. And the Prime Minister reacting to the news overnight on social media, pointing to his recent visit to the brigade last month. The Post goes on to say, on behalf of all Canadians, I offer my deepest condolences to Warrant Officer Pohl's family, friends, and to all those who served with him.
Done. There you go. I mean, it's still an ongoing investigation into this. This is super freaking bizarre, and obviously, it's a sticky family, but always. Next up, we're taking a look at traffic cameras in 2022. Cut down continuously, like the same one. Just cut down, cut down, and back up, and so on.
Gone in 60 seconds. A video appears to show a man chopping down a speed camera in Toronto's West End back in May. A resident installed his own camera to catch vandals in the act. The speed camera had been vandalized 6 times in less than a year, each time the city putting it back up. This one camera has made more than $7 million in revenue for the city in fines, which makes it a big target. In another incident, this video captured from a nearby apartment in April shows a man calmly walking away, the camera cut from its pole again.
I think it's a fight against, government bureaucracy and, people getting taxed and getting tickets.
This year, Toronto officials say there have been 325 incidents of speed camera vandalism, ranging from spray-painted legends to cameras being completely destroyed. And it's not just in Toronto. There's similar reports across the province. 3 years ago, Ontario gave municipalities the power to install automated speed enforcement cameras. Vehicle owners get a ticket in the mail. While some have taken out their frustrations on them, surveys and studies say the cameras have made roads safer.
It has reminded them to be cautious of their speed, and perhaps they didn't realize that they were speeding, but now they do, and they're going to be extra careful in that area.
Others see the cameras adds the cost of living.
My main motivation.
The city councilor in Belleville wants the cameras to be in school zones only.
It's hard right now anyway in our economy, but when you have $150 fine coming out of their groceries that now does not exist.
Let me know down in the comments what you guys think about speed cameras, speed traps, stuff like that. It's Bidford, Fight, this is, races, overreach, surveillance 24/7, findings, stuff like that. Let me know what you guys think about that. We're going to look at some real statistics. It's quite horrendous. There you go. You've got the website that is tracking the number of temporary work permits being issued in Canada. 3.1 million permits in 2024. So you can see here the graph is just going up and up and up, and 2024 is on the very right. Now, the next graph is the same one, but just a little bit more dense, a little bit narrower. Which you can almost even argue that to see it parallel. So if you actually look at the numbers and what it is, all of it is the first page program. Then, like money, which can work for 24 hours per week. Red is IMG, International Program. Yes, in 2024, it reached over 3 million. Prior to 2007, 1.9, and 1.6. Back to 2020, 2023, and now 4 or 5 years later, it's basically 3x or 4x almost. That's absolutely insane, and it's kind of unstable. I'd love to know what you guys think about this down in the comments. Or are you against this? Do you think that we should end immigration, put a pause on it, or stop the temporary foreign worker program? And we just send just the whole temporary foreign worker program on its own is extremely controversial. So go back to 2014, when Justin Trudeau was criticizing Stephen Harper, and he literally said, showed it in previous videos. Justin Trudeau on Twitter said that the temporary foreign worker program is basically ruining Canadian jobs and wages. And then obviously had to fire when he was Prime Minister and increase the temporary foreign worker program permits. But then Jeff Aliyev is against it, and then British Columbia, you've got he's like an NDP radical guy who wants to end the program, but the basic conservatives want to keep it going. It's just like, it's so weird and it's so unnecessary and controversial. We just don't have the infrastructure to support foreigners coming in on the housing, on the jobs. Like there's already all the jobs are being all the jobs, but a large portion of the jobs are being taken by foreigners. That's just not okay. It just really isn't. And they're saying it's an actual fact. Justin Trudeau said so, and House Racist was saying, I'm going to my life that that's the thing with Trudeau. Now we gotta take a look here at what's going on with Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan just talked to his podcast about the fact that the life expectancy in Canada is actually on the it should be going up. It should be going into the 90s, right? And it's saying everything, technology is everything, right? We're in the AI time, right? Not only think that we'd be able to live 90 or 100 years old on average, but no, it's not the case either.
So like Canada's overall life expectancy.
Yes.
That might be the craziest statistic in the world right now. You've seen this, right? Yes. Since 1930, of course, it goes this way, this way, this way, this way.
Your mind at ease.
Live longer because of technology and medicine. That's one of the levels, and then it starts to go down. It's down to 2.5 years since 2020, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
Unprecedented. What could that possibly be? How do you go to 2030?
It's so strange. It's not like it's a gigantic medical intervention. It's focused upon the population.
And again, booster.
Now that you're not allowed to say anything, conspiracy theories.
Yes, I agree.
A fucking trans this on the side of reality and facts is so against the narrative that the liberals were correct. They're willing to ignore excess deaths. They're willing to ignore increase in all cause mortality. It's shocking.
Yeah, people to ignore it. And they trust the science people, but only the women.
It's crazy. Like you would think that in Canada, a first world country, that we would be thriving, like cheap food, cheap housing, wages, better copies, living off of them. No, we're not really going to. Whatever expectancy in 2020 is coming back to this. It's so sad. To headache like that. Again, I'd love to hear this thoughts on that. Our problem, though, is it's not part of the problem, right? Let's that's implementing all of the policies, that are controlling, that are dictating how things go. And you have people that say that this from our perspective, competitiveness is developed. The competitiveness of our industry is everywhere from the resource sector through to manufacturing, through to services, so the Canadian businesses can compete. We can grow foreign markets, we can grow jobs and sustainable jobs here in Canada. And in that regard, there's a series of measures that we're taking starts from the tax system and works its way out over. So that the investments in decarbonization are happening here in Canada. We see some elements of that coming with the projects when there's now this ready for that, but there'll be a more comprehensive approach to climate competitiveness and climate industrial competitive strategy. You see that coming. Most importantly, is looking at strength is now to the climate. It was on the agenda. Justin Trudeau, Trump earlier, President one presidency, president, things like tariffs that have some momentum. You start Canadian democracy Trump touch climate. It's just crazy. It's crazy that they're still doubling down on this because it's obviously not working. It's obviously not that important. China isn't there too. It doesn't matter what China does to change over the global climate. We contribute 1.5% of global emissions in the entire world. So I don't know what we would do everything in terms of our emissions. We're still at 1.5% of our wages. So that really at all. Let's say we're now the growth going to happen. Well, it's not more by our propaganda so this we should do. That's how Trump does things. It's climate change.
A lot of sectors under extreme pressure, obviously that's what we're dealing with, climate is also under extreme pressure. And I wonder what they need to review the policy says about the government's commitment to climate change.
Well, the Minister of the Environment, Judy DeBerson, is working on a new climate competitiveness strategy. We believe that it is for us in our interest, not only of course to fight climate change, which is obvious, but also to reap the benefits of an industrial strategy linked to being renewable, to being clean tech. And during the companies leaders in clean tech, many of them actually are in the top 100.
Look out, the whole London
and that's why foreign policy in particular industrial pricing is really important to ensure that people can continue to be competitive. So if we can do that, well, you want to become an energy superpower, you've heard us say that, projects are important, and that's why we will invest in different types of energies in the context of our C5 major project initiative. Was that a year ago? Those projects included I suppose something that may or may not pursue climate change. So we said we would be supporting conventional energy and also
well, these people in Melanesia, the non-military liberal countries that are still working for Mark Carney, we're against pipelines and we're against oil and gas with Justin Trudeau as closely back as 6 months ago. So what's happened since then? Now I can't really tell you that they brought in a fixer that was switching things up into conservative points. It's things to liberals, literally, that's liars. Catholics still they teach
I lay down the line
you're seeing that, of course.
So even though the government, like Mark Carney just the other day said, okay, so 2026 mandates of bonus, we have to sell 20% of our cars in 2026.
That's a whole cabinet.
Mark Carney just recently took that out, so with that mandate, government still that's bizarre. I mean, it's crazy to try to how this exists in
environmental impacts of climate change are being felt. So this is still very top of mind. Really common pressures. So that's why this deal with
Got me some fresh rotting meat.
dealing with thinking about and really nations has long-term prosperity by making sure we can build in kind of pure steel. So maybe our ports, maybe our rail, I'm assuming, a speed rail between Windsor and Quebec City, and making sure that we can build more homes, which will be so this is what we need to do.
People are going to very specific things kids, grandkids with anything to do with playing that explains the screenshot which really was right, $77. I mean, that explains that's okay. We will assume that this is okay. You shouldn't spend that much on building because you're consuming these, right? Financially, that's what it does. Sucker. Oh my goodness. Financially, so take your anger out on me, please. It'd be awesome if you guys reverse that anger and smash the like button.
You guys believe that? You guys believe that there's something deeper to our fatal, just overall human interaction? Do you think? Are you thinking about leaving Canada? This is something that's crossed a lot of young people's minds ever since the pandemic, and we're going to be reacting to one of these videos that I found on YouTube. This gentleman has a very small channel, so please show some love and also subscribe button to find his content informative or entertaining and play. With that being said, let's dive straight into it. Coming out of a young person's mouth, why Canada sucks. Exactly. Let's get it. Do not come Canada. Okay? This is the worst country on earth. I'd rather be in the Ukraine having bombs dropped on me than live in this exaggerated Fantasyland joke of a country. We pitch this utopian paradise in Canada where everything's great and healthcare is free. It's a fucking you die waiting in line for surgery. You develop 10 different fucking illnesses before you even have access to a family doctor. Everyone is lining up in clinics, 8-hour waits in ER time because no one's got doctors. No one can see anybody, right? The country's a joke. Do not come to Canada and be sucking dick. I've been to Europe, I've been to Southeast Asia. In my opinion, the quality of life. Who cares if they're poor in Southeast Asia? They have family around them. They have organic chickens running around their properties, little village huts, small little places with produce growing in the backyard, chickens running around, a decent infrastructure network for social connection and family. What do we have? We're isolated in these little, icky little fucking tiny pathetic raffles that we call basement suites or condos, whatever we fucking overpaid for. For what? No rents. Rental fees are obscene for what they relative to the median income. It's just a joke. You know, you've got house prices, you know, outpacing average median household income by what, 20 times? Nothing is even fundamentally in line with reality. You know, we're like, well, we're the greatest country and people want to immigrate here. And immigration, that's another issue. We have our economy is pathetic. It's a lie. We continue predicated on an illusion, an illusionary construct fueled by high immigration rates. More immigrants in, lower the national the average income, because they're willing to work less typically, and for a myriad of other reasons. And then just instill and impose this false idea of GDP growth. It's a joke. Nobody enjoys living here. It's a rat race everywhere you go. You know, I live in the Lower Mainland, and it's just everyone's just a rat trying to crawl into a barrel, and all just desperate to get anywhere, everywhere. Everybody is just unsatisfied with the quality of life. You're gonna fight everybody. It's so wonderful. You gotta line up behind 400 million people for a fucking parking spot. Who cares? You don't even enjoy it. You're stupid. Yeah, so back to your mindset, you know, Lake Louise here in Alberta. And when we went, there was no lineup or anything. You can actually have parking now. You have to like
Guys, land.
6 months ahead just to actually see the beautiful landscape, the beautiful landmark in Canada. Now it's completely overrun by people. There's not much to do really, right? In Alberta in the summertime, you want to go and hike, and that's what the beautiful destinations. And everything around that area is just absolutely so expensive. It takes so much right now to make it worthwhile. You know, traffic everywhere. She actually took infrastructure and Canada was never created the appropriate infrastructure, just massively important. And yet we do it anyway. The politicians do it anyway. Under the guy, and we also don't have enough cities, let's be honest. Like, compared to the States has so much more infrastructure for cities, and that's all people are going to immigrate to. In Canada, we don't choose like 2 or 3 destinations, and it becomes so overcrowded, and the traffic becomes so horrible that eventually they either just leave completely, or they just turn the city to a hellhole because it's already almost unlivable. Add all that extra infrastructure population, and it becomes almost chaotic. Inclusivity and multiculturalism, which is great. But you must do it you must be parallel with fundamentals and reality to do it. You must do it in a more healthy fashion than, just bring them in, we'll figure it out later. Because that's what's happening right now. Everywhere. There isn't enough infrastructure to support the buckloads of people that are coming to this country. And there's no real economy and economic growth that it's predicated on. You know, our GDP is how much of a percentage of real estate, realtor fucking rip off scumbag cocksucker realtor fees. There's scum. Construction fees, commissions, mortgage lending, a huge portion of our GDP is predicated on real estate. This Ponzi scheme of just dumping the house onto the next pathetic sucker is stupid enough. A moron price for an overpriced shithole in Canada. You know, in the middle of nowhere, people are still paying $500,000 in BC. Because they're pathetic, dumb, and desperate. And it's like, well, you're right, you're robbed. Okay, so at least you don't have a fucking $900,000 mortgage. I just talked to a developer recently. He was saying that a guy he knows, with a variable rate, his mortgage went up by $1,000 a month. It must be ginormous. And people think everything is fine in this country. They're like, well, real estate's great, and that goes up forever, and we're all gonna be fine, and people love living here, and immigration. the disparity between economic reality and the fundamentals of it and what is happening right now with it. It's not sustainable, and this country sucks because of it. The tangible feeling in this country right now, just the atmosphere of living there, feels wrong. Just day to day, the sense you get from people, it's different, and it's changed a lot in the last 5 years. And it's not COVID, this, whatever, who gives a fuck? There's a lot of other factors at play here that are contributing to the unhappiness of citizens. And the reality is, people need to get the fuck away from their screens and really do something about it. And stop falling for the illusion of change with these stupid political parties. Because that's not going to do anything. I don't really know what can be done because politicians are fucking garbage and they're useless. But the reality is, people are just, they're entrenched in their devices. And they no longer have the will or the urge to fight back because, I'll just live in my $6 million cardboard box, but that's okay because it's fantasy land. I thought things wonderful and great. You don't even have to look around because you can't. Look inside here. The fact of the matter is, people are living in vans, people are homeless. You know, for one. Why is it worth living in this trash kind of country? It's like, you know, you've got our law enforcement, to use another example. What do? Do they protect and serve? No, they collect. They collect. They don't protect, they collect. Once in a while they serve. You know, how many people do you know who call the cops and they're, you know, because a crime's happened to them or someone else, and they're like, yeah, sorry, nothing we can do, or they show up and they do nothing. But they sure do a whole lot when they're sitting on the side of the highway trying to ticket fucking speeders, or anyone doing marginally over this artificially suppressed speed limit that nobody even does close to in reality. You know? Who are we even protected by? They're the enemies now. You know, people are afraid of cops. They don't feel protected by them. They're the opposition. You work against them. I don't feel like the cops are on my side. It's just another thing. You know, it's like nobody's got each other's back. And yeah, don't come to this country. Fucking stop. Go anywhere else. If you can, go to the States, go to Europe. This country blows dick, and I would never recommend it to anyone. It's trash. Fuck Canada. You had a really good point at the end there about cops. I feel like whenever cops are around, I don't necessarily feel safer. I just think, oh my god, is there any tickets that I'm violating right now? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, most of what cops do on a day-to-day basis is hand out tickets, right? So, anyways, I thought this was a really interesting video, and I think it's something that we've talked a lot about on the channel. I like to delve a little deeper into videos like this every once in a while and just react to them.
Jake, conservatives, can you feel in the air? This country is shifting. I can absolutely feel it. The tide is turning. After a decade of disastrous liberal policies that have seen this country invaded by over 8 million people, a government that betrays us time and time again, skyrocketing housing prices that have priced out middle class and lower class Canadians, a healthcare system that sees in excess 70,000 Canadians die a year, GDP per capita has fallen 6 quarters in a row. GDP down 1.6%, a woke ideology that waves banners in your face every 10 seconds, shoves this woke garbage down your throat, whether you agree or not. One of the most propagandistic societies that exists. We spoke about finally in Canada. I can feel it. The energy is shifting in this country. People have had enough of this woke garbage, and I want to say, as we start to win, as right-thinking Canadians start to gain in popularity, as the popular culture begins to show, don't get these guys a goddamn inch. Remember, over the past decade, I've been dealing with it for over a decade. These far left-wing ideologues are some of the most hateful people that you will ever meet in your entire life. The venom that will come out of their mouth, do not give these people a goddamn inch. These are the same people who are gaslit you for 10 years, telling you that a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man. That if you are a white male, You are inherently evil. You are an oppressor. There is something wrong
All I
with
ask for is a
you.
fighting chance.
Woke job applications where you have zero chance of attaining any level of success. You don't play this ridiculous political game. In my opinion, the last 10 years in Canada have been just as goddamn bad as Stalin's USSR, as Mao's China. Now they have a leader, a total freak. Our party who's here to get rich and says that it's a Friday, 365 days a year. Do not give these cretins any goddamn huge. Because remember, for the past decade, as this country has been destroyed by every objective measure, it has gotten worse and worse and worse. They call it, you say anything about immigration, you say anything about the unprecedented number of people who we've allowed in this country. 8 million in India. For a country of over 32 million, it's truly unprecedented. Only 3 historical parallels have all wound up in the Civil War. They have called you a racist. They have called you a xenophobe. They have called you every name in the book. Don't go for their name. Do not listen to this garbage anymore. You are a proud Canadian. There is absolutely nothing wrong with walking with your chest out with pride. We're the Canadians, our ancestors died valiantly in World War I. From the Netherlands, everyone always said the Canadians will more than their weight. Will more than their weight. Do you think that our ancestors were fighting for this fucking bullshit? I can tell you definitively the answer to that is don't using the polling, whether we're talking about immigration, whether we're talking about free speech. Bill EE63aN, so-called Online Arms Act, which is the creation of a so-called Digital Safety Commission that could throw them in jail for free crimes. Canadians more and more are reading into this and realizing what garbage it is. We have a government that doesn't arrest real criminals, like SA young children, out after 12 months. The SA and other young children says to comply if your goddamn home gets invaded and then want to lock you up for a treat. Canadians are realizing what a tyrannical, authoritarian government we have. It is not an exaggeration to say absolutely hates us, and you foreseeing the bullshit. You can feel it in the air. But cheap fight it. Absolutely. Cheap pushing forward. This is not the Canadians fight. You're seeing it across the Western world. You're seeing very similar things happening in the UK. Speech laws, the Online Arms Act also wants to have life imprisonment for so-called incitement to genocide. Wants to expand the definition of hate speech to so-called fomentation of detestation and vilification. Can you imagine that for Canadians? They're going to want to throw in prison for that. My God. Bill C2 absolutely stomping and taking crap on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in an even more extreme manner than Justin Trudeau, trying to introduce laws that classify every Canadian who owns a computer as an electronic device provider and allow the government to access all of your digital communications, without notifying you. Same with your mail. Access all of your mail communications without notifying you. Bill C4, getting rid of any citizen being able to go out to the political party for misuse of their data going back to the year 2000, absolving the political party of any responsibility for misuse. There are so many issues, issue after issue after issue, which are becoming more and more clear. This is a tyrannical, authoritarian, wanted government. Canadians are strong, Canadians are proud, and we will not allow Canadians to live in total freedom like Mark Carney and the Liberals around it. If you haven't noticed, about 90% of the same cabinet that Trudeau had, that Carney has rearranged the deck chairs on the Titanic. Bunch of incompetent creeps. I'm hosting a rally, Take Canada Back rally, Saturday, September 13th, next Saturday, noon, Parliament Hill. I want to get tens of thousands of patriotic Canadians out there standing up for our sovereignty, standing up for our free speech, standing up for the pillars of Western civilization that have made nations so great for hundreds of years, and Canada's just thrown away. Message me if you're interested in something, please share this far and wide. Saturday, September 13th, noon, Parliament Hill. I want to get tens of thousands of patriotic Canadians out. Like, share, join, hit that join button, become a member if you're interested in supporting. We get this content out, help shape this movement from the ground up. And if you're following me on TikTok, make sure you're following me on YouTube. I'm over 14,000 followers on TikTok, and the Canadian government is gonna be bad. This is youtube.com/StyleFightForPen in 2025. And patriots are gonna take this country back.
What?
Yeah, that's okay. Doesn't want to
Eyes within you, boys.
Yeah.
Another
This is
dimension.
Benjamin
A
Austin
gun
Page,
factory.
a Florida man who looks like the top of a high schooler's desk.
Knew I could
Right now, he's been shown a picture of himself in bed with his male lover. A lover who was shot to death just 3 days ago. And now Benjamin will do anything he can to convince officers he is not
It's
gay.
over for you.
He does not realize that he is not a suspected homosexual. Benjamin is a suspected killer.
Yeah, I didn't make this stuff up, man. I think that on this night, going out the hood, you just got angry about the pictures.
On May 17th, 2020, in Port Charlotte, Florida, law enforcement was called to a home in a quaint suburban neighborhood. Lying in the yard, dead from a gunshot wound, they discovered the body of 24-year-old Terrence Lamar Brown Jr. A dreamer with a desire to start his own makeup company, Terrence, or T, wasn't the type to be involved with violent people. That is, until he met 22-year-old Benjamin Austin Page. When police reviewed phone records and security footage from Terrence's home, they were able to easily trace all of the evidence back to Ben, who had texted Terrence that he was on his way just moments before Terrence was shot on camera. As you would have likely guessed from seeing the tattoo of an angel holding a machine gun on his face, Ben isn't the world's smartest criminal, and that only gets worse when police bring him in for questioning. The following footage was provided to us by the Lee County Sheriff's Office in Florida.
You guys want water or anything? I'm probably on the investigator from the sheriff's office. I just want to make sure I get all your information.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was
Okay, but I'm looking at this, again, that I've been investigating. Alright?
the director retrofitted this mansion,
But
but you might call my
obviously you're not here to do this, right? Very lucky to examine your mainframe. I have to switch it off. I have to be random car before I can talk to you. I have to my computer at okay, so here's the question.
It was you or me.
Just like at the ripe old age of 22, Benjamin Doodle Bob Page should know his Miranda rights by heart. He reckoned his first arrest at just 13 years old for theft. Throughout his teens, his charges ranged from possession of narcotics, weapons, burglary, and more theft. At the time of his interrogation, he's only been out of prison for about 4 months after serving 4 years. But apparently that time in prison has taught him nothing, because by the time the detective finishes reading him his rights, Ben keeps on talking.
Seriously? Swear. Max is about to kiss all our asses when we brought her back from the dark ether. Alright, so
Tossing Semtex.
I understand that you're they have a lot of followers and that. What is it doing there's something that people have thousands of them? 3.5 million, I guess. It's pretty popular on Snapchat, right? Yeah, so you interact with your followers a lot, like post by post the video, comments on it, see a lot of comments on it. think once that's my mind. How if it's granted that usually doesn't matter, whatever you have more that based on Facebook, you have you running on Facebook. I use yeah. You do it's all small, right? Yeah. Tear them to pieces. You have to hours.
Slimy here, who we must say is aptly named, does have a specific genre of content. Cringe content. And not in an ironic way either. It's clear that Slimy cares about his tough guy thug persona, which definitely gives insight into why he's eager to hide a certain part of himself.
He's supposed to be on Instagram too, but it's still not. It's for the show plans I can watch it. You get a big audience for that? No, I don't really have an Instagram. I have maybe a couple of friends on each social media that's about it. Well, you seem like a pretty interesting guy, though. Yeah. I'm not figuring it out. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, though. We're just, one day at a time there. I'm just trying to think of what, just do a little bit of background on it. Because I've obviously never met you before. You don't know me, right? How long have you lived in Fort Charlotte for? 13. 13? You know a lot of people mostly in Fort Charlotte, or where did you live before that? 13. Okay. So most people you go on home. Fort Charlotte, really, I don't know that people in Arcadia, and I go to prison, so I don't really know people in Fort Charlotte either. Yeah. A lot of people I talk to on social media are random too, so I get a lot of random. You ever meet up with them? I mean, I've met up with some. Like, say, this person's pretty interesting. Yeah, like, smoke together, or that's about it. So it's more like the same interest, right? Yeah. So, like I say, all right, so I message you, hey, what are you into? Things like that. You want to meet up? So forth? Yeah. I think it's more or less to say it that way. Mm-hmm. Are they mostly local, or do you travel? I mean, I don't have no business traveling. I don't have my own transportation. So, like, if you want to meet up, you guys come to me to live here. Most of them are the same city. Mm-hmm. You get picked up, like, the Annex and a ride, I'll give you some gas money or something. Yeah, sometimes. But if I need a ride, I might be able to find somebody to ride to be playing around. So sometimes everything like that. You ever take the bus? Yeah. Or Uber? I've been in an Uber, but I've never personally, like, ordered it. Yeah. So that's all that pays as well, I guess. Lyft, you read that? That's the same thing. I don't know. I think that's only a couple of times. Yeah, I don't know. If I ever get a ride, it's usually somebody else gets a ride and giving me a ride. Are you working anywhere right now? Did you do anything for with your work before you went to? I didn't work before I was in prison. I only had to go to prison. I just got out. And someone took it out. When did you get out? January. Everything going good since? Yeah, I've been doing actually really good. I mean, I had a little setback. I was with the wrong people. I got called with the kid, and I mean, but I think it was really good though. I didn't have no trouble with anything as well. Yeah. So, like, say on average, are you looking for work on an average day or what? Well, I've asked around here and there, but I can't figure it
every day or everything. I mean, obviously. Okay, well, there's this thing with this construction thing. I just talked to him yesterday, actually, or no, this morning. I messaged him about it, but they said they didn't people, but that's the last time I heard.
You know what you do with construction?
No, I don't really do anything. I never had a job, to be honest.
That may be the only thing he's honest about in this whole interrogation, so savor it.
So you're active to it?
Yeah.
How far did you make it to school? Did you graduate?
No, I went to, well, they got me from two years in 10th grade.
Not very?
Yeah.
Did you, so say for instance this past weekend, what would be your,
like what I do?
what you say, hang out and smoke and
Yeah, and then I'm my dog.
so,
Smoke weed, and that's it. Well, I mean, I don't know what you could say to them, I guess they're kind of, well, like, the people I've been hanging out with lately, or it's like a good crowd. They're kind of lame.
where do you know them from?
Around here. Really, I guess you could say other friends, but I mean, I don't know. I really haven't come down to that many people I don't know how to see.
Do they come over to your house, or do you over their house, or?
Either one. Sometimes I have friends from over my own, and sometimes, so I try not to have too many people at times.
Is that who you live with your mom?
Yeah.
Anybody else live there?
Her husband, his son, and my sister, yeah.
Which, you have your own bedroom there?
No, I share it with her.
Sure. Was it still there?
No,
That's right. And obviously there's not going to be any firearms in the house. I'm just saying, because I have like the pride.
Yeah.
So this past weekend, were you home all weekend, or?
I stayed at yesterday, or no, last night I stayed at my house. The night before that, and before that, at my husband's house.
What your friends think there that you're home with?
It doesn't matter really. It's just one of my friends. Yeah.
What about, so do you normally stay there, or is that something that,
Yeah.
like, hey, you want to hang out or whatever, you end up staying there tonight?
Yeah, he likes my friends. Even if he's not home, I can go to his house and walk in and go lay on the couch and eat it out and watch TV.
If you would come home and be all pissed off, whoa, who's in my house? So that was the last 2 nights? So today is Wednesday.
Yeah. What are you doing? I'm pretty sure, yeah.
What about Saturday?
It's big.
Today's Wednesday.
Saturday. Saturday, to be honest, I don't know. I know one of those things on the weekend. I was supposed to go, Fort Myers, but they left me again the second time.
The second time?
Yeah, the second time. So I got talking about this, but I don't know exactly what day that was.
Which person was that? Was that your homeboy at Seven Palms?
No, that was just for my.
Oh, who was the friend of Fort Myers?
To be honest to you, like, it's crazy, yeah, it's supposed to be your friend, but I don't even know his name like that.
No?
I met him at, like, one of those clubs, little parties or whatever, and we were smoking, whatever, hung out, and that was it.
Somehow his lies only get worse as the interrogation goes on. Not knowing the name of the person he hung out with, first red flag. The second, claiming that he was in a city 30 miles away when police have him on camera and have his phone records, indicating otherwise.
Just at one time or with the...
No, we hung out at a hotel. This is why I said that the first time.
Oh.
He had me, because we were all at a hotel, me, him, and some, two females that he knew, but I don't know. We hung out.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had to go somewhere, so everybody would be back, and we left with him. So he ended up leaving me there, but it was like an hour before the place closed. I was way out here, and I was on the way back.
Yeah.
So I had to call the friend to come get me. And then, I'm not sure what it was, but like a couple of days ago, maybe like a couple of days ago or something. He hit me up to hang out there, then he flagged out, left, like, he tells me to go somewhere, and then we go there, he's not there, he's not answering, and then, yeah.
Was that through the Snapchat thing?
No, through the Instagram.
Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Where was the hotel that year?
The hotel. No, that was in Fort Myers. That's the first time that I shared it.
Oh, okay.
The second time he gave me a place to show up at for like I kept blowing his phone up. He told me to hold on to the outside of the thing. I kept blowing his phone up. He didn't answer, so I'm like, alright, I'm just gonna leave.
And when was that?
That was like, I don't know, that was like sometime this weekend maybe, I guess, or before that. I don't know exactly what it was.
Did you actually go to meet him and then they flew you off, or?
Yeah, like I went to go meet him, and then like I kept texting him and messaging him, and he wasn't coming outside. He wasn't like answering the phone or anything. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, and plus I just got a reply from some random person I don't even know, and I'm like, so I don't have a job, so I don't have money to be giving people free rides and stuff. So right. He left me sharing there just to say the kind of kids is, whatever. So I just stopped messing with that person.
Yeah, so that was this past weekend and you're like screwed around.
Yeah.
Who gave you a ride there?
To be honest, I don't know who. Like, it was random. It's weird, but like, yeah, it's random. I don't know.
What kind of car was it?
It was like maybe, I don't know, cars like that, maybe a car.
What color was it?
Maybe like, it was dark, it was dark outside. It was probably like maybe, I don't know, like dark maybe. Dark maybe, maybe dark.
Was it one of those where you're like, all right, I'm driving there. What time is it? Middle of the night or afternoon?
Maybe that's around like 11 stuff.
And what time did you get there?
Maybe 11 something, or I don't know, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So far, we've learned 3 things that Slimy's not good at: cars, time, and lying. Despite the fact that he's said to be honest 6 times in the past 10 minutes, he's obviously being anything but. He has no idea.
So this is just one of the worst things that I've ever seen in my life. And it is just so out there. It's the sort of thing you just never would think would happen. And it's a level of savagery that's just, it borders on the incomprehensible. Now, of course, I can't show you the video. The video is widely available on Twitter. I mean, I saw it earlier today, just scrolling through, and it's this. So, I will describe what happened. There is something genuinely wrong in society that treats its criminals and mentally ill in the way that one person society. So people back in like the 19th century complain about the asylum system. Well, they speak truth. There's something wrong. Modern medical techniques and drugs can help these people live normal lives. So, yeah, assuming that they choose to take the drugs, assuming they choose to cooperate with the medical techniques, But if they're not under supervision, how are you going to make them do? But anyway, it's out of control. So now, insane people who, and that's the best explanation we have seen, could be there's something far deeper, much more racialized, are just free to roam the streets. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, there's a black man, there's a white woman, therefore, this is racial. I don't know. I don't know that this is racial. I do know this person is mental, and that is the only legal explanation we have. But I'm not in any way saying it's unlikely that he is mental and also hates white people. I think it's very true. Because what happens here is this train, he's sat on this train, this is the unit, and this young lady gets, she's a Ukrainian refugee, she was 23. She gets on, she's why would she? She's out of she gets on, starts looking at her phone, then after a few moments, runs around the spot, pulls out a pen, and then stabs her in the side of the throat. No, absolutely no interaction whatsoever. Just, it's the most savage thing I've ever seen. Now, you'll know that I'm a massive advocate for the death penalty. So, I mean, I would have him swinging by the end of the day if I were in charge. But of course, it's not the world we live in. And honestly, who bloody knows this thing? Right? So anyway, there are news reports about this. This is the name was Irina Zaratuska. She was an actual refugee from Ukraine. Was found allegedly by Nicholas Ivan Brown Jr. And he was just found wandering around on the platform when, after people had called the police and they came to arrest him, apparently he was treated for hand injuries and injured himself while murdering her. Because she was pronounced dead after something was stabbed in the throat. Honestly, it's just awful. And I don't recommend people watch it. They're just, it's so savage. There's just no reason for it. And it's just the hardest thing you can. Straight to her throat, and that's it. And can you remember that her day would been so normal up to that point of that she's just wandering around? This happened in Charlotte, North Carolina. But she was just wandering around. It's a completely normal day for her. She's just having a normal day, she's just looking back, she's going home, and then she's dead. Is she somehow responsible? No. Where do you go? If that is indeed the reason this was done. Anyway, her death was raised to the result of Charlotte and the safety of public transportation, with community members calling for stronger protections on buses and trains, things that wouldn't have stopped him. It was so quick, because he just, realises that she's there, gets his knife, and then just stabs her. No, you wouldn't have had time to intervene. Just one strike and she's dead. The problem is the existence in communities of insane, violent people with mental health problems, and that's the official narrative. You can look at her Wikipedia page. There's a Wikipedia page of this already, right? The suspect, DeCarlos Brown Jr., was a 34-year-old homeless black man with a lengthy criminal record dating back to 2011. He'd been convicted of multiple offences, including robbery with a dangerous weapon, breaking and entering, felony larceny, and misuse of the 9/11 system. He had approximately served 6 years in a North Carolina prison and was released in 2020. Subsequent arrests included charges for assault on a female in 2022 and a misuse of the 911 system in 2025, where he claimed man-made material was controlling his body. Right? So, I mean, don't get me wrong. He may well have hated white people, but I think it's fair to say that he was also absolutely mental, some sort of absent schizo. Right? So you've got a violent schizo on the streets, and everyone knows it. Now, there is the Bukele option, which is lock up violent schizos for the protection of everyone else. You'd be like, oh, but what about the human rights? And Bukele's got a good answer to that. What about the human rights of people who don't want to get stabbed? The human rights of the people who are not doing anything wrong, who are not going around terrorising society? Isn't that more important than the human rights of the people who are going to terrorise them? And so, I find myself in full agreement with this, because, we've seen just the amount of times, 14 times he's been let out of custody. And you look at his face and you realise this is not a well man. This guy is a maniac.
He is obviously someone who doesn't feel remorse. He is someone who doesn't care about the people around him. There's a reason that he's like a homeless crack addict or whatever. Like, this guy can't function in a free and modern society. This is not the way that he is built, for whatever reason. And again, I'm not trying to pass judgment. This is just obviously the case. And you could take the more sort of liberal perspective and say, okay, he's a man who's been failed by the system. He's a man who needed help and didn't have it. So, yeah, okay. So why allow him to roam around the streets on his own? If he is a dangerous schizophrenic, which, again, is the most charitable interpretation of this, then do we not have an obligation to him as well as society at large to make sure that he's not on the streets? Such people, and I realise it's a bitter pill for the average lib to swallow, but such people must be deprived of their freedom. They are dangerous to themselves and everyone else. They can't be allowed to roam the streets. They are not productive members of society. They're not going to become productive members of society. And if at any point this lunatic had been, okay, right, that's one too many crimes, you're going to the asylum and you're just going to be locked up there. You're just not sane, and we'll have, psychiatric evaluations, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you'll get sane, who knows. But for now, while you're currently mental, and before you just stab some random girl in the neck for having the temerity to exist near you for whatever, it could be the man-made material controlling your body or whatever it is, you fucking fruitcake, you have to go to the asylum. You should not be out. You are a danger to others. And this is genuinely a real issue. That I know it's, again, difficult for the lib to accept, but there is a much higher rate of schizophrenia in the black community than there is in other communities. Now, I don't know why. I have no idea why. I'm not a doctor. But the point is, that's real. That's true. And so that should be something that's considered, right? That should be something that's taken into account. And that should be something that is dealt with before they go and kill someone for no reason. Again, in the most barbaric of ways. But the thing is, they acknowledge, there's problems with the criminal justice service in the wake of this. And again, this only happened today, right? So this raises questions about the effectiveness of the judicial system and the community's failures to address mental health. Even Brown's mother has blamed the courts for allowing her son to be out in the community. Right. So, again, I don't know that this is a race thing, and a lot of people are trying to make it a race thing, but it doesn't immediately strike me as a race thing. It strikes me immediately as the mother being like, yeah, my son was dangerous to other people. Why are you letting him out? He should be in some place where he doesn't have access to sharp objects forever. Where is it? There we go. Right, so District Attorney Spencer Merriweather, bound by legal rules, wouldn't comment directly on the case, but he spoke broadly with Axios about the limitations and complexities of holding accountable defendants with mental health issues. Often defendants must undergo an evaluation to determine whether they are mentally capable of assisting in their own defence. Merriweather noted that some defendants stay in mental health facilities for years while courts wait for them to reach capacity to stand trial. In some instances, judges eventually dismiss cases, releasing people who commit dangerous acts. They also say the standards for involuntary commitment are more complex than the team. Okay, I'm not going to go into the details of it, but the point being, if someone is not capable, mentally capable, of being involved in their own defence, then why is it that they are mentally capable of being on the streets? Why is it that they are considered to be mentally capable to live in society with the rest of us before they can go on and do something terrible? Like, again, it's not even. I mean, it obviously the main cause of concern here is society itself, but also, isn't it bad for them? Like, no, we're just going to release this mentally ill hobo onto the streets. What's going to happen to him? I'm sure it'll be fine. No, it's not going to be fine. It's totally irresponsible. It's like the concept of liberty taken to its most extreme, ridiculous nth degree. These people should be taken care of, and that means if someone isn't mentally capable of even defending themselves in court, they shouldn't be free. They should be in an asylum to make sure they can't harm themselves or others. That's just, that's the responsible thing to do. That is the social thing to do. To put them out on the streets, like the Democrats doubtless have been campaigning for, that's the irresponsible thing to do. That's the path to anarcho-tyranny. That's not good. This is not good for them, it's not good for us. This solves no problems whatsoever. This doesn't help anyone. These people need to be put back in asylums. And you know what? I'm all for it. Make asylums great again. This would have prevented this from happening. This isn't a necessary thing. It's not like, well, this is just the risk you take for living in a society. No, this is the consequence of policy. These are choices that we have made. And frankly, we need to unmake. This doesn't have to happen.
This here is Steve, and on one cold night in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, he got skeeted in 4K. But Steve wasn't just your average, run-of-the-mill type of guy. No. He was different. Steve was unique. Not only was he intoxicated by Walter White's blue stuff, but he was also very into BBC.
You like BBC? No? That's what you said in these messages here. You say, I don't mind you're a virgin at all. You love tight and yes, you like BBC.
That's
not me. This isn't you?
Steve is clearly a dangerous individual and is a menace to society. But thanks to the Cedar Rapids Police Department, we were able to get him off the streets and put him in a nice warm jail cell where he belongs. Now keep in mind, we had to censor a ton of things in this video just to make it suitable for YouTube's guidelines, but if you want the full scoop on this video, as well as access to videos that aren't yet here on YouTube, be sure to head on over to skeetergene.locals.com.
Mario? Hey, how you doing, man? I picked up a ride share.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so hopefully you don't mind that.
Hi, how are you, by the way?
Mario.
I'm Miss Geetana. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you're very cute, by the way. You're very nice here. Okay, bitch. I'll see you, Mario. Okay, bye, bitch. Have a good night.
Oh, Mario. Long time no see.
Well, Miss Geetana here. I need to, got pretty well acquainted.
Yeah. Hey, bitch.
How's that called, man?
Well, it looks like you did before you got here. What's that saying? What is that?
Man.
It's calm?
It's not calm. I don't even pay myself. Okay.
Becoming a supporter on Locals really goes a long way in helping us keep going with taking down these bad guys, so I highly encourage you to do so. Steve really is quite the interesting character, and only he can really tell his story, so let's go ahead and get into the interaction.
Alright, it's day 3 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. This is going to be catch number 4/5 of the weekend, and the reason I say that, we thought we'd seen everything at this point. We've been doing this for 3.5 years now or so. But, still, we are shocked and amazed at what we find. It looks like there's a duo of predators that is going to be showing up to this house to meet who they think is now this is our initial suspect. His name is, Steve? His name is Steve. He goes by Daddy's Back 420 online. And I guess he has a friend who is, down to come over and do some sexual things with who he thinks is he sent various sexual messages, a picture of his penis, of course, a video of his penis. He sent the girl links. He even sent a Google Drive link with his news in it. Like, how do you get any more formal than that even? So he proposed the idea of, him bringing a friend to the girl. She said yes, it's fine. So he reached out to his friend. It's right here. He showed her the text message. It says, "Hey, bro, I got this sexy baby girl wanting you to join me at her house and see what happens." He immediately says, "Oh, yeah, bro, got any pics? Age? No pics, but I promise you, you will have fun. She's a virgin, so don't judge, mother. And would you like to join? And, I mean, this guy, he doesn't even have to think about it. Same text here. Seriously. Drool emoji and wet emoji. Yeah, I'm down. I can be at your house by 6 tonight. Bet, I'll let her know. So we gotta wonder who this other individual is that may or may not be coming with Steve. No pun intended. He says his name is Will, right? Yeah, and he's an African-American gentleman. Unfortunately, this will be an L for the black community if he does show up. And he also sent a picture of him sucking a. You can't make this shit up. He's sucking a white man's. I would be just flabbergasted if 2 of these guys show up in one Uber. By the way, they want the girl to order an Uber from Davenport to Cedar Rapids. It's about an hour and a half out. But I looked up last night and it was like $500 to get here. And I mean, I'll pay for it. You know, it'll be worth it. They're gonna show up here.
He said so no one is there and no one will arrest us, right? As we're waiting to you for help.
Yeah, no one's gonna arrest you. No one's gonna be here. Okay, well, the Uber price went down. The Uber is now $133. Not too bad. Should I be gracious and order them an Uber XL so they're comfy on the way here? It's like an extra $100.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, no. All right, confirming Uber. Their arrival will be 8:37, so about an hour and a half. Okay. See if we get an Uber confirmed. Amy is coming in a gray Nissan Rogue. You can let them know that. Picking up in 18 minutes.
He just texted me saying, "You going to moan for me?" It is weird because I asked him to send a selfie of him and his friend, and he's like, "I'm trying." Just sitting here. What are you doing? Why do you sound out of breath?
I have something in my mouth.
Like what? Oh. Well, the Uber's like 5 minutes away. Where's your friend?
Right there.
Oh. Can I hear his voice?
What's that?
Can I hear his voice? He hangs up.
Okay, we got another voice. So it looks like Steve is now being picked up. The Uber has just arrived to his house. Alright, so called the Uber for him quite a while ago. Steve is less than 10 minutes away. This is our guy here. He had an interest in BBC from what he said in the chat log. What he said was, "I don't mind at all you being a virgin. I love tight. And yes, I like BBC." So, when Courtney's out here talking to him, she's going to be like, I have BBC here, and then I'm going to walk out. Kind of a play on words there. So, and his friend from earlier, all of a sudden, had an emergency come up. He can't make it now. Go figure. So we're going to have to see, who this friend is.
And he said you have enough credits to get me back home, right?
Oh, so he's just looking for a free ride here and back. Not on my dime, buddy. Yep, he thinks he's getting a ride back from the Uber, but it's going to be the police.
Good, how are you? How was the ride?
It was alright.
A little bit.
Alright.
Huh? It was not a little different. It was not really good. No, it's okay. I just met you. No. So were you serious about wanting to find BBC? Oh really? What did you stop at Casey's for? Oh really? Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, oh.
Do you bring like your or anything?
Yeah.
Really?
It's on me, right?
It's on you? That's awesome. I don't know. I was thinking like 5-6 unit for BBC. Like I have it right here. Yeah, I have BBC. Yeah.
So you like BBC, do you?
Huh?
You like BBC? No? That's what you said in these messages here. You say, I don't mind you're a virgin at all. You love type, and yes, you like BBC.
That's not me.
This isn't you? This right here?
That's me, yeah.
That's you.
That's not my picture. I didn't see that picture.
You didn't send this picture? Who do you think sent it?
Somebody has my picture.
Someone has your pictures?
Yes.
Who might that be?
I have no clue. Somebody might hack my phone or something.
Oh, they hacked your phone.
Yeah.
Your name would be, what's your name?
My name's Steve.
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we got these messages from Steve. And Steve, what brings you here tonight?
What brings you?
Yeah,
Just hang out.
just hanging out.
I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah. Oh, so you know she's.
She said she was.
So she's. Yeah, she did
But
say.
I didn't come here to have sex or anything. You might take it.
Please keep your hands in your pockets, please.
No, I don't.
No idea on you?
No.
Okay. And will this be your profile on the Scout app? You go by Daddy's Back 420?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. So that's your
No,
account.
I mean, I don't go by that one. There's like 3 or 4 of them on there.
So you use this Scout account though, right?
Not that kind of.
Not this one?
No,
So let me get this straight, Steve. Someone else is using your pictures.
why is your pants unzipped? Because they've been unzipped.
You just ready to go?
No, they've just been unzipped. I didn't realize they were unzipped. I just
Is that from when you were putting your ring on earlier?
No, when I went to go pee.
Oh, you just forget to zip them up. You learned that?
No, I don't know. I just would.
Yeah, zip up your pants. Steve. You learned that in first grade.
I know, but I thought they were zipped up.
Ah, I see. Okay.
They were zipped up.
But as I was saying, so someone else is using your pictures, just so I have it straight,
Yeah.
to talk to this, yet you are here.
Right. Well, right.
How do you explain that?
I can't explain. I'm not saying that I'm here for anything illegal.
Is it just a coincidence that we were getting these messages from someone who looks like you and then you happen to be here?
Right. No, I get.
Well, what do you think the odds of that are?
Very.
Very low, right? Low to none, right? Yeah. She does say she's here. You say it's okay, and you say that we can talk. You say there's nothing wrong with talking. But Steve, you're here. So I think it's gone a little bit beyond talking.
I
don't you?
understand that, but I still didn't do anything. But it's up to.
But you talked about it. You say.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were on the couch. You say you love tight. Why would you say that to her if you weren't planning on doing anything? Were you planning on doing anything here tonight? Or what was your plan here tonight with a black ring and your pants unzipped?
It's unzipped because it was an accident.
Okay.
It's just, I wear it. And 2, I.
Just every day before you don't leave your house without a black ring, right? You never know when you might need it. Okay, but you just put on a ring before you came. No pun intended. No. Anyway. I try, Steve. What's funny is the fact that someone else is using your pictures and you're here, but you said it wasn't you. You ask her if she's played with a before. Why'd you ask her that? You don't remember saying it? Want me to show you?
I believe you have them right there. I'm not going to say that,
Right there, Steve. See it?
That doesn't mean that you prove that's me out.
Doesn't mean it was you.
Doesn't prove that was me. I mean, there's three half my phone. Yes,
Mhm.
I am here.
Yeah.
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 But I had no intention of doing anything.
Okay. Even though these messages say otherwise. You just turned 42 the other day?
I did turn 42.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And it looks like...
But I'm not saying that I...
Yeah, you were saying it wasn't you. I hear you. It looks like here you sent a Google Drive link titled My Nudes. And in that link were, quite frankly, Steve, your nudes, your penis pictures and videos. This link right here, do you remember sending that?
No.
No? Because it wasn't you, right?
I didn't say anything.
Got it.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying it wasn't on there, but...
Well, whoever it was, they asked if she clicked the link You ask her if she rubs her or fingers herself.
Nothing but coloring stuff.
Coloring stuff.
For me.
For you, like crayons?
No, like markers.
Oh, markers. Okay. So, Steve, you're telling me that this isn't your. It's not yours.
I'm not saying that it's not mine, but I think.
So this is your.
Well, I mean, I know I can see it.
But well, look at this. You see this? Is it yours or not?
Yes, I can.
This is yours.
Yeah.
But you didn't send it.
No.
Who has pictures of your Steve besides you?
Other people on the internet.
Who do you send them to?
Women who I think are above age. I don't know. I don't have a certain specific. I can't tell you who, but.
Well, apparently not, because you sent it to a. Yeah, so she's had a finger in her. Well, you asked it, Steve. So no one's ever fingered your. Is what you asked? No, not yours, Steve. That I'm reading I'm reading the messages. Yeah, I don't think you don't have a vagina, do you? Okay. Okay. I didn't think so. I didn't think you could have both. No, you could. It's just unlikely. Yeah, we don't judge. It's, you know. You say you should run your finger down your chest to your. And rub your for a few seconds and run your finger to your hole. And put your finger in your. It's very descriptive, Steve. And within the last few hours, weren't you spamming her with pictures of your flaccid?
I wasn't sending pictures.
You should be truthful here, Steve.
I'm not sending pictures. I don't. I'm not saying that she.
Someone else is sending the pictures of your penis. Is what you're saying.
With the card.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just so I have it. Make sure I have it straight. You say that you'd love to go slow. You would love her to hold your. In her hand. And then it was said that you found the perfect porno. And you're old sucking her first BBC. That's what it says here. And then, looking further into the chat log, we believe you had a. It's like you sent us a link of a porno, an XNX link. Yeah, my 9-inch sucked by this beautiful girl. I can't stand it, and I her. That's the title of the video you sent. Right, yeah, it's in here, Steve.
I believe you, but
There it is.
Sending all that stuff.
You don't remember? You had short-term memory loss?
No, I
Yeah, and any anything?
Yeah,
What are you on?
yeah,
Okay. How often do you do that?
every day.
Like in the morning, at
All
night,
day.
just all day? You
No,
didn't bring you left it at home?
I didn't have any.
Didn't have any. Did you have it today?
Yeah.
Are you under the influence right now?
Yeah.
Okay, well that explains a few things. It looks like you had you talked about a friend. A black African-American friend named Will. You said you had a friend for the girl. Let's see. Do you want him to come too? It would be hot as is what you say. We will have to take it slow and easy with you, but after all is said and done, you'll have lots of fun. Is what you say. Do you remember saying that? And then it looks like here, you actually might have texted this friend, and you said you had a sexy baby girl wanting you to join her house, to her house to see what happens. He says, do you have any pics on what's her age? You say no pics. I promise you'll have fun. She's a virgin. So you don't have a friend that came to you? No? Was that made up? Or is it one of those methed up stories?
I don't know. I didn't make up the story.
So you didn't say that?
I didn't say that.
Okay. You talk about her riding the guy. And see, this goes on for a long time. This chat log. But you're saying it wasn't you sending these messages. Because the sender of these messages.
No pictures or anything.
Okay. How did you get here today?
Huh?
How did you get here today?
Uber.
Uber. And who did you get the Uber?
No.
Did she get the Uber for you? Okay. Everything adds up here on my end, Steve. But what you're saying just doesn't make that much sense. You say we are going to fill your belly. What were you going to fill her belly with? You and this friend that you talked about.
did not talk about bringing a friend.
Okay.
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah, you're here. You're here, but
I didn't talk about bringing a friend.
you're here, but it wasn't you sending the messages. I gotcha.
Sending pictures. I'm not saying I wasn't sending messages.
Gotcha. Okay, you send another link. It's titled "Big Ones." You familiar with that? Do you remember that link? No. Or the link here to the. Okay. Do you have your phone on you, Steve? Don't have it on you? You travel without your phone? Why? What if there's an emergency? You need to call someone.
There's phones everywhere in this world.
I mean, it's not the 70s anymore. There's not a payphone on every corner.
There's a store on everywhere.
Yeah, but they have to let you use the phone. It's not a very viable tactic, Steve, if there was an emergency. And then you sent a screenshot from a film, and you said that it was your friend Will sucking, quite frankly, what looks like to be a penis. Right there, you sent her that.
I didn't send her no pictures.
Are you going to keep playing this game, Steve?
I'm not saying no game. I didn't send any pictures. I'm not saying I didn't talk to her, but I didn't send any pictures.
So you talked to her?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, well, what did you talk to her about then? So you sent the messages, but not the pictures, is what you're saying?
I didn't send any pictures.
No, but you just sent the messages.
I didn't send all the messages, no.
Which ones did you send?
I don't know, off the top of my head.
Off the top of your head. Do you want to go through this and circle the messages that you sent and the ones you didn't in a different color, so we can get to the bottom of it? What about the one where you said, I want you to start rubbing your bit outside of your pants? Did you send that one? You didn't send that one? Okay. Breathe slowly. Do you want me to call? Are you rubbing? How far into the porno are you? Did you send any of those? No, those ring a bell? Okay, Steve. Okay. So...
I look at porn for myself.
You did what?
I look at porn for myself, but nobody else.
Oh, yourself, nobody. Okay. I gotcha. And then you say, if we find one up there, meaning a black guy, I'll take turns sucking him and showing you Tippa. I'm not sure what Tippa is, but that's what is sent here. Did you send this one? No. Okay. You're not what? You're straight? But you talk an awful lot about BBC for a straight guy. I mean, I'm straight too, but I'm not out here talking about, sucking BBC. That doesn't align with being straight, which there's nothing wrong with that, Steve. I'm not judging you. It's fine, but it's just when you involve into the mix, that's when it becomes a legal issue. And you understand this is illegal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why did you come here tonight?
I shouldn't have been. I didn't come here. I just came here to hang out.
With a... So not do any of the things you talked about in this chat log here. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, do we have a pizza on the way? We're still ordering?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you've been here all night, haven't eaten all day. Were you hungry, Steve? No? Okay. Who do you think would send these messages then, Steve, if not you?
Hackers.
Hackers. Okay. And you don't have your phone on you? Okay. Okay. Oh.
Lying. I was lying.
You were lying about... That's an odd thing to lie about, Steve. Why lie about that? What's the point? Oh, you're just high. This picture of your penis, I mean, come on. You said it's yours. We all know what our friend down there looks like. I don't think anyone else is out here sending pictures of your penis besides you.
Well, I could definitely argue that.
You could argue it?
People have
Okay.
all the time and, try to fuck up.
Steve, if you can prove to me that someone else sent a picture of your penis, I'll give you $100. How much would that buy you? I really don't know the market.
I don't know that.
You ought to know. You indulge in it.
8 ball?
8 ball? Okay. So, if you can prove that, I'll get you an 8 ball. How about that? Can you prove it, Steve?
How?
You tell me. You're the one that said people are hacking your phone, sending pictures of your penis. You must have seen it at some point if you said that.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly how to prove it.
How to prove it? Well, I can prove that you were here to... I have everything that says that, Steve. What do you think? Wouldn't you say that... would you agree with that?
Yeah.
How would you prove otherwise that you're not here to do that? Do you know anything, Steve?
No, I don't.
It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like you're... Yeah. I mean, why, Steve? It seemed like you were very excited about the fact that she was young. Yeah, I don't know that, Steve, but I imagine it wouldn't be in their code to do a thing like this. I would think they would probably be against it for the most part. Then again, I don't know.
Yeah, they would be.
Yeah, it's just not a... I mean, this is about as low as it gets, Steve. It's really not a good look. Have you done this before? First time?
Yeah, first time.
Okay. Okay.
Down, so kind of slow convert. So.
I see. Yes, if you and the other gentleman can get on the girl's chest. A lot of missed calls. Hi there.
Hi.
Yeah, so here we have a gentleman here who got an Uber ride over here to meet who he thought was a connotations of intercourse. Have all the chat logs here if you care to take a gander. Sure. They're all there. And as I was saying, Steve, I just had to let you know I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit, and we're doing an online series about adults who try to meet up with online for sex. And you've just been skeeted in 4K. And if there's anything else you have to say, we'd love to hear it. Nothing else. Okay. And he did also confess to using and being high on currently, right, Steve? Okay.
Hey, so what's your name? Or do you have an idea on that? No. Okay. Steve is your first name? Yeah. That's short for Steven? Yep. Oakwood Road, J. John Avenue, Northeast, Nora X-ray, Nora 423, NXX 423. 10-4. Hey, Steve, I'm going to read you Miranda warning, alright? Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before.
Why did Sony/PlayStation do this? They only put a light right here, and if you go down, there's no other lights in the light bar. You can see there is a thing where the light should be. There is still the slab that shows the light, right? Let me get the flashlight on this. So as you can see, there is a light bar that ends right there. There's just no light. Because the only light, there's two lights, one at the top, one at the bottom, but the only light is right there. And it's not even that bright. Why did they do this?
For any questioning, if you wish, you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of the rights I have just explained to you?
Yeah.
Steve, where are you staying at right now?
Point of order.
Want to lawyer?
That's my favorite part. Yeah, I love this song.
Have you seen the Mario movie?
Oh, it's good. You gotta sit down and watch the whole thing. God, that was an expensive Uber ride.
So if you have any weapons like that, I'll have you stand up. Keep your hands on your back. They're going to be 10 this time from the station. It's all your property here. It's all yours. There's nothing in the back. Alright, I appreciate that. Trying to walk out here. Okay.
Well, there you have it. That was the story of Steve from Davenport, Iowa. I'm just really disappointed that we didn't get to meet that Will character, Steve's black guy friend that he talked about before. I was really looking forward to meeting him. I think he would have been a great guy. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, but hey, you never know. Maybe next time we're out in Cedar Rapids, he'll come up on our radar. Never come across a predator that was also specifically into black guys. It makes me a little uncomfortable, not gonna lie. On this night, Steve was charged with solicitation and possession of illegal.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope your day is starting off just great. About 36 hours ago, our Prime Minister Mark Carney made a very comprehensive announcement in a speech he gave in Mississauga at an aerospace company. Now, it's taken me a little while to put this together because I listened to his speech 2 or 3 times and tried to analyze everything, and I've compiled a list of what he said. And I know that the headlines are already out there, and most of you have probably consumed a one-sentence headline or perhaps a reaction from another politician. Like this headline on CBC, Carney unveils billions in funding by Canadian policy to combat Trump's tariffs. Or you might have heard the reaction from the leader of the opposition in Canada, who took about 30 seconds to dismiss Carney's initiatives as a big show about nothing. With Mark Carney, it's been all show business and no real business. So it's good to see that Mr. Doom and Gloom has come up with a new slogan: all show business and no real business. Very clever. So in this speech, I just jotted down some of the key things he's talked about. Number 1 being that the Major Projects Office is open and that the Canadian government is now making a list of nation-building projects. Number 2, that this month the Canadian government will launch a Build Canada Homes office with the goal of doubling the rate of home building in Canada. Number 3, that in the fall there will be a new defense industrial strategy announced in cooperation with the EU, in which there will be, and I quote the word he used, enormous investment. Number 4, he's announcing a nationwide retraining program for people who have lost their jobs recently. Number 5, a change to the Employment Insurance Act in Canada, allowing displaced workers now to collect employment insurance for an extra 20 weeks. Number 6, the announcement of a $5 billion strategic response fund to help businesses pivot from trade with the United States to more global trade. Number 7, a major change in the rules of how the federal government approaches procurement, now making it mandatory for the federal government to buy Canadian in their procurement. Number 8, the announcement of a liquidity fund to help the auto sector and the farming sector who have been hit by these tariffs. Number 9, he announced that Canada is scrapping the EV mandate for 2026. And number 10, he announced a biofuel initiative to help out canola farmers who have been hit by Chinese tariffs on canola exports. So that's the list of things he talked about in his speech. And I got to say that I guess we're not used to that as Canadians, a leader that actually stands up and articulates a policy and goes over point by point what he wants to do. It's a little bit overwhelming. So let me show you excerpts of his speech, which is posted on YouTube by CBC. I will link the full speech in the video description here if you want to watch the whole thing. But I picked out certain little portions, and I'll give you my commentary on it.
The largest economy, the United States, is fundamentally reshaping all of its trading relationships. And we're moving from an age that lasted decades, an age when free trade was a motor of global economic growth, to a new age, an age of economic nationalism and mercantilism. You know, the U.S. tariff rate is now the highest it has been since the Great Depression in the 1930s. And these tariffs are being applied to all countries on nearly all goods, and its effect will be profound. Workers displaced from their jobs. Supply chains that have existed for decades disrupted. Companies forced to change where they find their materials and their products. And all of this is causing an extreme uncertainty that's holding back massive amounts of investment and, as a consequence, slowing economic growth.
He continues with his introductory remarks there and goes on to mention that at this point, Canada has about the lowest tariff rate imposed by the United States of any country, and 85% of our trade is tariff-free under the USMCA-CUSMA agreement. But the sectors that have been hit, the specific sectors, steel, aluminum, copper, and the auto industry, have been hit hard, and the uncertainty has rippled through the whole Canadian economy and is leading to layoffs and a slowdown in the Canadian economy. So he goes on here to announce some of the measures that he's going to implement to counteract this.
Being our own best customer by buying Canadian. To drive this transformation, we've just launched the Major Projects Office. Its job is to fast-track major nation-building projects. Shortly, we will launch Build Canada Homes just later this month. And that's a new government entity that will help double the pace of housing construction. Double the pace of housing construction. This fall, we will unveil a new defense industrial strategy so that our defense estimates, which will be enormous, our defense investments support the growth of Canadian industries and create Canadian jobs and careers. We'll begin this month our negotiations of a new defense and security partnership with the European Union.
Now, I think some of the points he's made there are very important. He's talking about a new defense and security agreement with Europe, and we know that we've been accepted in a $1.3 trillion defense spending initiative with the EU. He's also talking about using Canadian industry and Canadian materials to build some of the hardware that will be needed for this initiative. And this kind of opens the door to this offer that Sweden has made us to buy their fighter jets, and they've offered to have them built in Canada. So I think this is something that the Canadian government is going to seriously think about here, of potentially walking away from the purchase of the American F-35 fighter jets and pivoting to buying the Gripen from Sweden.
Today, to fortify our economic strength, my colleagues and I are announcing a series of ambitious new measures to protect, build, and transform our strategic industries. The first and foremost, the foundation, is Canadian workers. The government is introducing
I actually found a buyer for the world's thickest nickel at this coin show.
You do want a nickel, though, right? This is what they look like. This is the original packaging it comes in.
Dude, how can you not hold me with those?
It's sick, dude. It's sick.
Sweet. I don't know if I have change.
Oh, you bring bags, whatever.
I actually found a buyer for the world's thickest nickel at this coin show.
You do want a nickel, though, right?
This is what they look like. This is the original packaging it comes in.
Dude, how can you not hold me?
It's sick, dude. It's sick. Sweet. I don't know if I have change.
You bring bags, whatever.
I actually found a buyer for the world's thickest nickel at this coin show. You do want a nickel, though, right?
Yeah,
This is what they look like. This is the original packaging it comes in.
Dude.
I did not expect Conor McGregor to make me this much money. Last year, UFC released a blind box that had... I actually found a buyer for the world's thickest nickel at this coin show. You do want a nickel, though, right?
Correct. How's everybody doing? Let's get this party started. So first of all, man, with me, bro, my whole deal is, I'm in a positive vibration every day. And I just know that that's the only way to live, be, and build anything is through respect, love, and overall positive energy. Hold on. So I can feel people's energy. I can feel where it's at. I can feel what they on. And if I just ain't feeling it, I just ain't feeling it. If I'm not in agreement, I'm just not in agreement. And that's kind of the situation right now on a lot of levels. Okay? And with a lot of different people. But my whole deal is this, man. Like I said, I understand to an extent what's been explained to me. I understand that things are hard, times are hard, they're hard for me, they've been hard for all of us, but we have to be in this together, and we're supposed to be in this together. The vibe and the feeling that I've been getting from Christina lately has just been, it's been very slow. This is just the honest truth. It's been very slow. It's been very kind of just feeling down. And I love Christina more than anything. I want her to feel good and be upbeat. This is why I want her to participate with me in everything that I do. And that's my only thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to do what's best for you and trying to help you. No matter what the circumstances, I still love you more than anything. And that will never change. And it is very real. And I hope that that matters to you, and I hope that you hear that. So, I'm always here for you. And, it's a common theme, especially with women, that they want to go through things all by themselves. They feel that they have to. And I've told you a million times, you don't have to go through any of this by yourself. So, the best way I can express it, like I said, there's a friend request out, and all I want is to be respected, okay, and talked to very carefully and the right way, because my energy is very sensitive, okay? I've been through more than enough. I've dealt with enough. I don't need folks all up in my energy. I just don't do that. I don't play like that. So, like I said, I want you to be in a positive energy when you talk to me and building, and in an energy that's going to take us places and get what we need done. I need there to be a sense of adamancy and urgency and to be in a rush. We are trying to get this done. You're supposed to be trying to negotiate that settlement and get it finished so that we can get this show on the road. If all, aspects and all desires are not towards that, I don't know what the point is. Okay, give me a minute.
For a team who didn't expect to take on the apocalypse today, you're handling this well.
I just got a download from God. I believe I put it on the community wall too. I get downloads constantly. Okay. Sit at the right-hand throne of God. Okay. He talks to me in all sorts of different ways, synchronicities, numbers. He talks directly to me. He lets me know what it is every single time, word for word. Okay. So you got to understand. He already said that some kind of help is coming, like very quick help. That's what I need. You know, I need God to enact this and enact justice as He is doing all over the world, and I need God to deliver and give me the resources and money I need to get this going. Okay, I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. Okay, my mentality and me having a sense of urgency and being in a rush is what needs to happen. Okay, all of what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. This is why we don't listen to other folks, because they don't have the mentality to succeed. They could never do what I do and what I'm doing, and they could never build what I built. I mean, I built an empire. I run everything coast to coast already, right? Before I put on the bat suit, that was reality. So we're taking everything over on a whole other level. And like I said, we built something. I mean, we built a hustle. We run the game, run the streets, literally. Okay, I'm the mob. I mean, it's just different over here. Like, we build more every day. Every day, I gain more strength. I gain more power. You know, all the strikes I've taken in the street only builds me up more to become more and be bigger and make more money and make more dough. Okay. Saw something on the news too, a story I want to talk about, maybe not on this channel, but really saddened me, man. I don't understand why things like this have to happen. I really don't. You know, I pray to God, please protect all people at all times and take care of human beings, please, because there's too much going on. And please have people really care and come together. Please don't have people just dismiss these stories and these things that are happening. This is why I do what I do, so that I can hopefully save more lives, save people like that who get in situations that they're unaware of. And that's why I want to be able to literally, you know, patrol and be all over the United States in different cities and states to save lives and help people and be able to get in the mix and stop, you know, criminals and people from doing this stuff. It's all about protecting people. You understand? And it's just something that we need. It's become a necessary, you know, service, a necessary thing, you know. So like I said, that's my thing. I just need Christina on the same page as me. It's not difficult. I understand. I truly do. If what you're describing and depicting is true, hold on. If everything you said is true, right? I mean, which I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on. I just want to make sure that we deal with, you know, just us to each other. Everything needs to be private. It is just us. Okay? And that's the thing. I don't want to hear people repeating phrases. I don't want to hear people saying things that are personal between us or personal between you and me. Right? I'm not going to play these games. So that's all I'm saying. You have to understand there's a lot going on. There's a lot being said, and I'm not hearing them. I don't need that. So like I said, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. If everything you're describing is true, I can understand, you know, feeling down. I can understand if you're having a hard time. But please don't lose faith. Please don't lose hope. Please understand that this is real and I'm here for you. And with me, you can get through anything, just like with you, I can get through anything. This is really the truth. We need each other, and I'm not giving up on you, and I'm not going to. Okay? So, just because I have to respond, stand up for myself, that's the thing about me. It's tough love, but it's real true love, and I'm trying to do and say these things to teach you what you need to learn. You understand? We all have lessons to learn, man. And you need to learn this lesson, and you need to understand and wake up and graduate to the next level. And listen and hear me out and graduate to the next level spiritually. I mean, the fact is, I see it written all over. She's supposed to be Catwoman, and this is a real thing. And you're supposed to do this with me. You're going to be okay. Okay? I don't care how it looks. I don't care how impossible it seems. I don't care what anyone tells you. I'm telling you, you're going to be okay. God is going to get you through everything. You're going to be fine. You know, don't worry about it and try to relax and take it easy. But I need you to get up and get going. I need you to understand that I need you right now, and we're supposed to be in this together. And that's all I'm asking you, is to focus your attention on me. The other stuff is already done. Your settlement, they're going to give you. Everything you're saying and depicting, you're good. There is no worry, no stress, nothing. You're good. You don't have to do anything. That little stuff that they're having you do, that's just paperwork and stuff like that. There shouldn't be no worry involved. There's no way that you can make a mistake in it. Just do the best you can and do what you need to do. You understand? Like I said, my only thing is just, you know, don't ask me to do something and then try to prevent me from doing it. That's the game I don't play. Don't promise me everything and then not deliver. That's the only game I don't play. So all I'm saying is, just do your part. Because the thing is, for me, I still have to operate independently because I have no guarantees other than your promises, right? And no proof of anything. So, like I said, I have to operate independently. I'm an entity. I got to do what I got to do. You know what I mean? Man's got to do what he got to do. So, I'm doing the best I can. I've handled everything right concerning you. I love you very much. More than anything, you know, but this is my career, and I need it to be respected, especially by the people close to me, which is you. I need you to respect what I do. Okay? So, again, Bruce Lee, okay, Jet Li, I've already proven on camera I'm quicker than all of them. I am the greatest martial artist of all time. When I said that, I already knew it. I'm 1,000,000 and 0 in the street. Again, I am 10 and 0 in my own league. On doing bar security, I basically never had a problem, never touched. Okay? And, I mean, I came up against all sorts of stuff. So, people want to talk, but I already have all the results. Again, I am not a YouTuber. I am way beyond any YouTuber's level. They could never come close to the accomplishments I have and the accolades. I'm a street dude. My walk was impossible. Okay? I am a true testimony from God on a whole nother level. And you cannot label me, cannot devalue me, and cannot minimize me. None of you. And it's that simple. I do not answer to the internet. I do not care what they say on the internet. That means nothing. And what matters is what you say in front of me. You understand? And even that don't matter. But like I said, you know, what matters is what's real. And that's out here. Wherever I'm at physically, that's all that matters. So the whole point is, Christina, you should be, you know, gearing up all efforts to be here as soon as possible. All you got to do is talk to those attorneys and lawyers and say, hey, look, you know, he needs to get out of there. He needs to get things going. I need you to create a stipend, like you said, and send him money so that he can come up here and be here and start his Batman thing here, right? And that's the thing. Like, no, this has to go my way, bro. I'm in charge of this. So I don't want you to stay out of what I'm doing in my Batman thing. I want you to be the major part of it and play the integral role. And that's the position I'm offering you. But I need you to want to do it. And you just have to be able to listen to me and do what I'm asking. It's not asking much. I'm giving you a blessing and an opportunity, just like you're claiming you're going to give me one. You know? So, you know, you have to understand, I have to build this every day. I've been building it by myself. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting for you to support me for real and be behind me. You know, if you don't have money to send or whatever, that's fine. I'm not after money, but we got to have money to run this business. You understand? That's why all I asked was just please be here for me and support me. Sometimes you have been there to talk and stuff, it needs to be everyday consistent basis. There should be nothing else taking up this much of your time. Hold on. It's just that simple. I don't understand why folks is pretending, even me just walking out here, okay? Everything is difficult. Just walking out here. It's hard. It's hard every day. Like, look at what I'm dealing with. Like, anything can happen. It's just the truth. Every day, every move that I make is all faith. Okay? Every single day. Every move that we make, every breath we breathe is all faith. You understand? You don't get it. Bats use their other senses. Okay? I've walked this whole walk through pure faith. God protects me. God got me. You understand? God is who got me through everything and got me this far and brought me this far. He is not going to let me down now. I promise you that. I know that for a fact. I can feel the momentum building within me, beneath me. I can feel the ground shake with the power I got. Truly, because the power of God, the Holy Spirit, is real. And that's what I have within me. You understand? So, like I said, at the end of the day, I was chosen. I am the chosen one. It is one. Nobody else, none of you. You understand? And I believe that God chose Christina, but I need you to wake up, and I need you to realize who you are, and remember who you are. I love you more than anything, and I always will, okay? But stop letting me down, and that's what I need you to hear. I have to do what I got to do. You see it right in front of you. I have to overcome all these obstacles every day. I need you to get up, period. I need you to get up, and I need you to make this happen. I need you to hurry up and get over here and get to me and get me out of this, and let's get this show on the road. That is what we agreed to. That is what we talked about. That is what we are here to do. I don't know what this other stuff is or energy. If you're going through something like you said, okay, I'm here for you. Okay? But you need to talk to me, and you need to fix this, and you need to come at me correct and make things right. If you said something wrong, it ain't even a big deal. That's why we talk and communicate. But communication is key in a relationship. You got to talk, bro. If you don't let me talk or talk to me, I mean, come on, bro. So, I don't know. I'm waiting on you to listen to me and talk. If you didn't mean what you said and you didn't mean it that way, that's all you got to say. Okay? Like, I understand that you operate differently than other people. I understand that, you may be soft, you may be fragile a little, and that's fine. But right now, I need you to be strong, please. And I need you to hear me. You are going to be okay. You're going to get through this. Okay? With me and with God. But you need me. We need each other. Okay? And that's the only way that we are going to get through this and get where we need to be. So I need you to not let me down. Okay? Quit letting me down. And I need you to wake up and get up and make it happen. Now. And it's just that simple. All right? That's what I'm asking you. So, please, be a woman, right? Be the woman who you are and I know you can be, and get this done. And get over here. We're not here to waste time. I mean, that's the thing. See, I have no choice but to put reality in perspective for her and everybody, because you're just wanting to sit here in this okay energy. You may be okay. You're taken care of. Your man is not. So you got to understand, no, I have to do whatever I have to do. This is survival out here. I owe you nothing. I need you to do your job and do your part and pull me out of this. Now, I'm done waiting. And it's that simple. I waited 4, 5, 6 years. Don't sit here and act like you don't owe me, or like I haven't done more than what anyone would ask and anyone would do. I've done everything for you. I went to Minneapolis in the middle of the winter, in the middle of blizzards. Okay? I survived hard body, held my own in the shelters, made it in the snow. I did everything. I shoveled snow for hours at the Nissan car dealership. Okay? Every day. Do you know how hard that was? I have been through things you people couldn't even fathom. That's why I'm so strong. So, I did all that for you, right? And like I said, I mean, it helped me. I did it for me too, but I did all these things for you. Please give me my reward and reward success and show all these people what time it is. Please be who I fell in love with and who you're supposed to be. And that's what I'm asking you. You understand? Be you. Be yourself. You know, you ain't got to impress me. You don't got to. I don't care about money. I don't care about none of that. But we need to get this show on the road. And that's all I'm saying is you want to sit here and keep typing every day. There's no point in that. So you typing to me ain't going to help me. You typing to me ain't going to do nothing for me. You getting up and being strong and waking up and realizing who you are and saying, enough is enough. Let me go ahead and get over here to him. That's what's going to help me. Stop saying that you don't have control. Yes, you do. You control the entire thing. You can tell them tomorrow, look, we need to just go ahead and come to an agreement of how much money I'm getting. They cannot drag this out for 6 years, bro. You're kidding yourself, bro. Hell no, bro. It don't take that long, bro, for a settlement. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. You understand? Like I said, I need you to get on it. I am not waiting any longer at all. I've waited forever. I need what I'm owed from you and what I deserve. That's it. You need to give me what I deserve. Right? And that's what you're going to do. So, again, other than that, I don't know what anyone would be talking about. I did my part. I've done more than enough. Now I have to take matters into my own hands here, and I got to do what I got to do. Just that simple. Like, this is survival, bro. There's no option. I've waited long enough. You understand? So, like I said, I should have been had my money. I should have been had my bread. We should have had our money. Like, what do you mean? Bro, it's very simple. All you got to do is talk. You know, you got to talk. All you got to do is say, hey, look, no, I need him to be sent some real money. You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you straight up, God, I'm telling you, bro, I can't do this without no money. I can't do it. You know what I mean? I do not want to keep sitting here, okay, longer and longer. It's getting me to the point that I'm not going to want to do any of this because this is monotonous at this point. I don't do monotonous. I just don't. So I'm going to say it again. I understand that you're building me. I understand. I passed all your tests. I need you to give me the money now. Like, for real. Okay? And I'm 100% asking God, please give me at least over $25,000 to $50,000, right? If you can, millions, billions, trillions, I don't care. Give me more than enough money, right? And give me startup money so I can get out of here and be able to buy what I need and get on the road to Christina and do what I need to do. And that's all I'm saying, is that with everything that's happened, when this happens, if God gives me money and brings me help like he just promised, and I just got downloads of confirmation on, and he's always promised me that he's going to take care of me and help me along the way, and I'm going to be good, right? So what I'm asking you, God, right, is please send the money, and when this happens, I'm going to say this right now, preemptively again. I don't have time for games. When I go to see you, Christina, I need no games. You need to tell me where you're at, right? I will be coming over there directly. I will be right there. I don't want games of, oh, you're somewhere else. I'm not going to sit here and play Where's Waldo, okay? That's the point. You know what's happened, right? You know the games that people have played. I don't got time. So if there's any sign of a game, I'm going to walk away, okay? I need you to just be straight up, right? And tell me what's going on, right? And when I get this bread, or you give me bread, however it works, you give me money, right? I need you to meet up with me, right? At wherever you're at, right? And that's it. You understand? And we'll get the show on the road. Feel me? I can't. I'm not asking you anything. I'm going to be Batman whatever city I'm in. I got to go straight to work. That's the thing. Like I said, I'm more than happy to work with you and create like a pre-honeymoon thing. We can do that. I can take some time off for a little, but I am never going to allow anyone to control when I work or what I'm doing. That will be at my discretion. Everything will be at my discretion. And that's just how it is. Okay? So I understand. You signed up for this. This is what you wanted. And this is who you're talking to and dealing with. Tyree Sneed. I'm going to be in charge. There's never a question. I'm the man. So I'm in charge. And that's how the world works. That's how it worked since the Wild Wild West times, and that's how it will always work. Okay? You're in love with a cowboy, an actual cowboy. Cowboys are a little different than modern America. Let's get real. So, no, I'm going to, make all the decisions, all of them, and I'm going to go ahead and be a leader like a man is, and that's what any real woman wants. So be the real woman that you are, right? And listen to me and follow my lead. I know what I'm doing. It's not complicated. All people got to do is play their position. It's very easy. She doesn't have to do nothing. Nothing. Other than get up and get this negotiated, get it done, right? And get over here and let me know what's happening. Like I said, just like right now, all you've got to do is accept that friend request. Like I said, that's my thing, is when I'm being kept waiting, and I'm waiting years, I'm waiting days. What is this? You see what I'm saying? It's just turning into something totally different. I'm not here to wait on anything, nor will I be waiting on anyone or anything. And that's my point that I'm proving. I'm going to get up and do whatever I need to do. I'm going to take what I want. You understand? I don't care what it is. What I need it now, and that's it. So like I said, that's the mentality I have to have. Are you serious? Look at what I do for a living. I'm a thug. I'm a gangster. The real thing, the real deal. So like I said, me, I want it all. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've dealt with so little for so long. And yes, it taught me a lot. It taught me to do a lot more with less. But I ain't trying to stay like this. You know what I mean? And no, I'm goody. I got everything. I'm mad blessed. My life is beautiful. Oh, I'm straight. I'm not struggling. Not at all. You know why? Because of God. You understand? But that's the thing. We just think ahead and we work hard. These folks, everything they say, I've noticed, it's like you're just trying to plant seeds of doubt. You're trying to create discouragement that's not there. So every time I'm talking and trying to handle my business, you're talking as if I'm not doing it right, but I am. No, you have to face reality and deal with whatever's the problem or issue head on every time. My way is right. And it's been proven for decades. I'm on top of the world, brother. I have it all. I'm already wealthy. I'm rich as hell. What do you mean? And yes, I get money on here talking. The one of them just sent me $20 today. You think that doesn't help me? It helps me tremendously. He's the one who sent me $100. Like I said to that person, I'm very thankful, truly from the bottom of my heart. And please keep it going. I'll try to send you another request at some point here. I'm trying to be patient about it a little if I can, because I have a heart and I understand. But just if you want to send anything more on your own, whenever you want, that's up to you. But I need all the funding I can get, bro. Because that's the thing. I'm going to have this check coming in this month. The more money that I can get together in my bank account, the better I can move. I can look into some more bicycles, which is the next step, getting a different bike. Another one, yes, when I have 6 in inventory, but they all need work, right? And that costs money, right? But getting a bike that would actually fit me for what I'm doing, a lot of them cost like $80 to $100, some of them more. I try to buy the used ones so they're cheaper. I heard Tazo TV talking about that, about you buying cars, you should lease them. No, you never lease a car. You buy the cars, you buy them used. See how y'all know nothing about money because you've never had it? This is why these folks are funny. They want to get on here and start giving advice, but you're someone that isn't in a position of success and you didn't make it. You failed. You're like the Woffords. See, that's my thing. The Woffords are hilarious. Remember they was trying to compete? Right. Who won? We took another W. All we do is win. What do you mean? I remember every single time winning. I've never lost. So don't say something that's not true because you can't handle the fact that I keep winning. You understand? But go ahead. It's not going to do anything for me, and it won't change nothing. That's the point. They're looking for an answer for me, but there is none. You know what I mean? This Superman doesn't give up when kryptonite around. See, that's the thing. Y'all looking for my kryptonite. You'll never find it because it don't exist. I don't have anything that's going to stop me. That's what you're going to understand. You're just giving me incentive. You're just playing with something that you all shouldn't be playing with. It's just that simple. You're just getting me ready to go, and I use it as incentive. I used it today. You understand? Look at what happened. I controlled my emotions, right? See, the other times weren't time for me to do that. You understand? I am in control of everything I do. I stand on everything I've ever said and done in this world, right? And I'm standing up to all these folks by myself. Like I said, I need you behind me, Christina. You know, it's not difficult to just accept a friend request on there. I'm not going in that email ever again. I'm keeping my promise to myself. And that's all I'm saying is that this is really seeming like these people want to create cycles that aren't there. Okay, game over. No more. I'm not budging for people who won't move for me. And that's my thing. You know how hard it is to try to get in touch with you and talk to you. And it shouldn't be. All you got to do is click a button, bro. Come on, man. You have the friend request on there. It's the same exact thing. Same app, everything. Come on, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you're not busy, bro. There's nothing going on. You're not this busy. Come on, bro. And, I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, every single time I've turned around, there's been something else. You know, come on, man. You know, like, come on, bro. You're way stronger than this, bro. Come on, man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, let's go. Let's get it together. You know what I mean? Like, real talk, bro. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you got to understand, I don't have time for energies that are not building and conducive and positive and strong. You're going to have to buck up and get strong now, okay? Because you have it in you, and you can do it. And after that, you want to be, you know, you want to be soft with me and all that. That's all good. That's what I want. You know, you don't got to be strong all the time. But right now, I need you to be strong. You understand? That's the whole point, so that we can get to the point so we can relax. We need some real rest. You're going to listen to me, and I'm going to tell you how we do things. I know Austin. I know San Antonio. I know the Riverwalk. Okay? I know New Orleans. I know all these places. Okay? I'm going to be basically the tour guide, and I'm going to be showing you. You know, whether it's your money or whatever, you're saying it's our money, that's cool. But, like, we're supposed to be in this together, man. You know what I mean? And I am going to be the one who leads, not you. That's just not going to happen. So, like I said, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you know, you knew that day one. You know, like I said, I'm the man, you're the woman. Play your position. Capiche? And that's it. So, yeah, like I said, bro, I'm a boss. That's why I never understood why people was even talking about nothing, because there's no debate. Nothing was ever up for discussion. You understand? My life is beautiful, bro. I stood on business out here. I'm a boss. Everybody know I stood on business. People love me. Everybody respect me, love me. It ain't nothing but love over here with me. People love me, bro. Everything worked out to my benefit no matter what. Feel me? And it will continue to. So that's what I'm saying. People who aren't in that vibration, I can't be around you, bro. I can't at all. So like I said, I need Christina, you know, get up, get this done, right? And be strong and get over here. It's that simple. You know what I mean? And I need God to give me the real money so that hopefully ahead of time I can go to her. Okay? But yeah, I'm not waiting on nothing. I've waited long enough. We got to push forward now. We got to get this done. That's my thing. Like, nah, dude. I'm not in your position, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. I want out of here. Everything is secured. I'm good. I'm ready to go, man. I was never supposed to just be here like this. This is a y'all thing. Y'all did this. So like I said, nope, I need real money. And God, I'm asking you at least give me over $25,000 straight out the gate. If you could do that, thank you so much. Either way, I love you. I will never lose faith in God. I will always believe in God. Always proclaim God. Like, God is everything, no matter what. He don't have to give me nothing. But I'm just saying, that's what I need. I need over $25,000 so I can get this show on the road and go where I'm going. You feel me? And that would enable me to start traveling. I could go straight to Christina and be able to be there with her and try to help her through anything she's going through and figure out if everything's real, because I don't know. And that's it. No, that's the thing. These folks want me to play a game with them. No, I don't know what's going on, bro. You ain't shown me nothing. I don't even know who you are. I have no idea what's happening, bro. So, yeah, no, man. Like I said, you know, there's no surprises with Batman, man. Batman, there's nothing like... Batman just is the solution always. You know what I mean? I don't have problems, bro. I ain't worried about nothing ever. It doesn't matter what somebody talking about. All that stuff is nonsense, bro. Well, I walk where I want. I do what I want. I walk straight into whatever situation. So, like I said, please just, you know, get up, get it together. Let's get this done, man. Feel me? We got to hurry, bro. Like, real talk. We way behind schedule. That's the thing. Like, I should have been out on the road already. You know what I mean?
Alright, we're just playing some Call of Duty and chilling. Got me some McDonald's, a nice small coffee at 1 a.m. And I'll make double. Oh, it's still really hot.
I'm going to tell you what I need. Please give me what I need, because that's the only way I'm going to be a happy customer. I need what I need. If I tell you I need something, I need it. Tell you I need this scooter, I need this motorcycle, I need these tools so I can build this bat pod, I need all this, these machinery, you know, to build the bat pods, all that, to build the cars, to build the paneling for the cars, all that. Everything we're going straight into. I already got the outline of the blueprint. I told you I'll build the businesses myself for you. I got everything. Everything is here. I just need you here physically with me. Wherever we're at, I need you physically with me. And I need access to money. That's all I need. So, till then, everything else is moot. It's pointless to talk about. You know what I mean? All I asked of you right now was please talk to me at night. That's it. You don't gotta, like, stay up late. I mean, that's the thing. That's when all this started, when I asked her, and she's like, nah, I'm sorry, our schedules are just different. And I wish they weren't, but that's the way it is. Or something. Nah, see, that's the line I don't tolerate from no one. You don't tell me how it is. I'm a grown man. So everything stops. When you understand that the grown man is who tells you how things go, holla at me. Okay? That's the way it is. So, yeah, you got me confused and misconstrued. Way confused. So let me explain this to you, honey. Okay? No. That's not how it goes. You don't make any decisions, okay? Why? It's common sense, bro. I'm the man. So, again, no, it's not how it goes. Here's how it works, right? I ask you to talk to me at night, right? You do so. Now, it doesn't have to be super late. You know what I mean? You want to go to bed early? No problem. But nobody goes to bed at 5 o'clock p.m. You're not fooling it. Nobody goes to bed at 3 p.m. Nobody just sits there and isn't able to answer conveniently when they want. Nobody talks and then just leaves the conversation every time. You need to adjust your behavior now, your mentality, your attitude, and you need to adjust all of that and fix it, and then come talk to me. And it's that simple. You work on my time. That means when I ask you, will you do what I ask you, you say yes. You don't get it. There's no option or way around it. This is how it goes over here. So, like I said, very, very simple. If you don't want to be a part of what I've got going on, and you don't want to do what you signed up for, what you knew you signed up for, and you don't want to just listen, like I said, then we don't have to do nothing, but either way, I'll be taking the matter to court, and since you have a verbal agreement with me, you'll have to pay me all that money. It's just that simple. All the love and that stuff, I mean, you know, that's whatever. You understand? So either way, I'm entitled to the money that you promised, right? You asked me for my information, so that's on you. You understand? So again, and what you have done, right, all of it looks like a lot of crimes, especially if you're not who you say you are. So who's the genius here? So again, no, I don't know what's what, bro. I'm just going to play along until we figure out what's going on, bro. Feel me? It's easy for me. I'm going to win no matter what with whoever. I told you this. I get the best of everybody, bro. So again, I'm not trying to get the best of anyone, especially her. I've been nothing but genuine and nice. I love you. I want what's best for you. But like I said, I mean, you're going to have to deliver. It's just that simple. You feel me? You're going to have to deliver, and it's that simple. You know what I mean? So, no, like I said, I need you to talk to me at night. At normal times is fine, right? And I need you to fulfill your responsibility, right? If you're saying you're my girlfriend and woman, and be a normal girlfriend, that's just common sense. It's not asking for much, bro. It's just like all these so-called women on the planet, they literally can't even talk and have a conversation. None of them. But they're taking selfies, and they're all trying to do the same thing every day that's not making them no money. But every so-called woman is broke. You can't tell me that they're smarter now or they've gotten more educated or more intelligent. You can't tell me that they're not digressing. This is ridiculous. You think that I would ever have women problems? How? Y'all are the ones who don't think, who can't think straight, who can't think. I'm on point. You're not my issue. None of you. Your problems aren't my problems. I'm running. You see me moving efficiently, doing what I do, baby. See what I'm saying? So, like I said, no, I need you to do what you do. I mean, that's common sense. Like, what? And I'm coming to you because that's out of love. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense, bro. Like, whatever I need, I got to get it regardless. So, you know, like, that's the thing. I'm not trying to go to anyone else. I'm trying to come to you. So that's love. The fact that I've tried to talk to you and let you know means that I care. So again, this is the thing. These so-called women, they don't have the right mentality, and then they wonder why nothing works for them. What? Y'all put yourself in your own situation. This is why you can't be in charge, because you don't know what you're doing. It's that simple. It's common sense. You don't have the life experience I have. You need to listen. It's that simple. You understand? Like, if you think that you something and you Big Billy now because you claim you get millions of dollars, then go on about your business. Because I guarantee you what's going to happen, you're going to waste all the money and you're going to be right back with nothing. Right? Because you didn't want to listen to me. I promise you. I've seen it happen 1,000,000 times to 1,000,000 people. You don't know how to manage money. I do. See, it's time to get real with y'all and tell y'all what it really is. Like, you are not me. I know how to do this, bro. I've been made millions every year consecutively. It ain't nothing. Okay? So again, like I said, no, I am the leadership role always. Feel that? So, like I said, when you want to, play your position and be in your right role and you want to listen, let me know. Because I'm going to be in charge. Believe that. You understand? So, like I said, it is what it is, man. I don't get what y'all talking about. Like me, I take my own fate into my own hands. I take all matters into my own hands. That's what Batman all about. And it works, don't it? So, yeah, like I said, I mean, you don't take a guy who took matters into his own hands always and paid every cost and price when he did it and went through it like a boss. You don't take a guy like that and then say, I'm going to come in and tell you what to do or how things are going to go. You're funny. You're dealing with an actual outlaw here. Are you serious? You're dealing with a lord and the mob. Are you serious? Bro, no. You will never tell me what to do. None of you. So, yeah, like I said, I don't know what they're talking about. Like, no, girls and women need to play their position and their role, right? And we do ours. All the other stuff, I mean, we can mix it up like when it's personal, but that's personal. That ain't got nothing to do with the internet. My business is not YouTube's business or anyone on it. These people have nothing to say to me. They know nothing about me. They want to just keep on talking. Go ahead, be my guest. The more you talk, the more I win. Y'all can't even stop. The guy on the panel today, he just kept talking and talking like a teleprompter. Like, dude, I'm trying to respond to you and speak, man. Why do y'all think that means anything? Brother, is it helping you? Like I said, what business is being conducted here on Groovy Jimmy's channel? You said he has a show. He doesn't have a show, newsflash, and he got in his feelings when I said the truth. That dude is so insecure, it's unbelievable. But what business? You're not doing business. You don't make any money. What do you mean? I own tons of businesses, brother. I make money every day. What do you mean? You talk about this and that, brother. I'm about to buy new mansions, new properties, everything. I'm building a real estate empire. I just opened a whole new division of Sneed Enterprises. I'm always hustling. You don't get it. I'm already rich. I already got millions of dollars in my name coming to me. God already put it in my name. You're not listening. Why do you think I did everything to prepare? Because I know the money coming next. Now watch it come too, and it'll come easily. And then what are you going to say then? Same thing. Oh, I'm going to deny reality. Yeah, you have fun with that, brother. Notice how you try to talk the way I'm talking, but an opposite step tone of course, you don't even know what you're doing no more. You're always confused. But let me tell you something. The guy who's talking, he lives on Section 8 and owns nothing. Facts. He doesn't have money to afford a hot dog. Facts. He's nobody. Facts. Why are you even speaking to me, bro? And I told you what it is, right? I said, nah, any of y'all out there in the public, if y'all want to talk some way, you understand? Like I said, talk that way in front of me, 100%. Nah, it's time to stand on business with all these books. You feel me? Right, and he can't do that. And the same thing with Groovy Jimmy. He want to just keep talking and rambling like, bro, when grown folks is talking, you do what? Exactly. Now y'all see what it really is. You feel me? Like I said, bro, anybody who trying to talk while I'm talking, I ain't going to never forget that, man. Like I said, stand on that, though. Stand on that in front of me.
As an immigrant to Canada, I continue to observe what's happening around me, and it feels like the Western world in general, and Canada in particular, is starting to break apart. Slowly at first, but the speed is clearly accelerating. Millions of people are becoming more and more desperate. And you can see it with your own eyes. Just open TikTok or Reddit or really any social media. There you'll see Canadians and Americans breaking down in their cars, crying, saying that they are finished with the system, that they cannot do it anymore, that they no longer see a future for themselves here. And yes, of course, you can dismiss some of them as young, naive, overreacting, attention-seeking TikTokers, but there are millions of them. Millions. And not all of them are kids chasing views. Many of them are in their 30s, 40s, 50s. People with families, careers, responsibilities. They sound legit. These are people who worked their entire lives, who followed the rules, who did everything society told them to do, paid taxes, and they still ended up wrecked, crushed by the government and corporations.
What's up, America? I'm going to be real with you here because I see no future for people in America. After seeing the high cost of homes nationwide, the high cost of gas, the high cost of food, the high cost of rent, cars, rental cars, used cars, insurance, health care, taxes, and every other thing, how is anybody in this country supposed to prosper that's not already wealthy? Can someone tell me that? The pulling yourself up by your bootstraps argument is and over. It doesn't work now. You have average home prices of $512,000. Grocery prices are almost 100% more since 4 years ago. Same with rent, same with mortgages, same with used cars, same with new cars. I just saw a story about a nurse with a $75,000 salary a year and an 808 credit score denied for getting a home. Zero student loan debt, too. So debtless, making $75 grand a year with an over 800 credit score, not good enough for a house. So what are we doing here? What's the end goal? Starvation? Death? What's going on here? No matter what you do, no matter how you spend the finances, the middle class and the poor have no upward mobility. There is no hope now. None. No hope. None. Zero. The next 2 or 3 generations are because you allowed so much greed. Younger generations will never have shit because of your greed. I've already broken my back trying to make ends meet working for the last 30 years. I already know I'm not going to get anything from the rich. I don't give a... But the younger generations, if you keep stealing and being greedy, they're going to all be homeless. And then what do you have? Ruling over a bunch of homeless people? You.
Trigger warning, I'm going to crash out right now, and this is going to be a long video, but I feel like you can relate to this, so here we go. It's great living in America, unless you're a f***ing American. At least 95% of Americans right now are literally surviving off credit cards, off loans in general, and banks are eating that shit up over the high interest rates. We're fighting for our lives over here. You want to know what the American dream is like? Let me tell you. Every day I wake up hoping today is the last day on earth. I'm tired of it here. The American household, on average, is $80,000 in debt. And that's just credit cards and like auto loans. Maybe even some student loans thrown in there. But that's not even including your mortgage. That's just credit card debt. And right now, banks are eating that interest rate up while we're all surviving. You mean to tell me that the average American goes to their mind-sucking job, works 8 to 12 hours, to have everything deducted, have nothing left to live on, and we're forced to put food on the table by using credit cards? Picture this, right? You go to college. You get yourself in hundreds of thousands of student loan debt. You are one of the 5% of college graduates to get your job in the field you got your degree in, right? You get everything garnished from your wages because the increase on living and everything around you has gone up, but your pay has stayed the same. But then you also get taxes taken out. We get taxed just to breathe, people. We get taxed on owning shit. We get taxed on working. We get taxed on just living. Okay? Then you got health insurance. That's a joke and a whole video within itself. But basically, the average American pays anywhere between $300 and $1,000 a month health insurance. Basically, you're paying just to say, I have health insurance. But then when you go to use health insurance, you have co-pays and deductibles, and they don't cover nothing until you've met your deductible. What do you mean? Why am I paying you $1,000 a month to have health insurance when I'm still paying more just to use it? I digress. Then you have everything like retirement, 401 taken out. Okay, great. You're going to work 30 to 40 years of your prime so that when you get to retirement age, we're going to give you monthly stipends back just so you can afford to live without a job. Meanwhile, like 80% of senior citizens that are retired now are working at Lowe's at the age of 87 because they can't survive just on their retirement. That's just a prime example. We're all struggling to keep our heads above water because we don't earn enough money after everything gets taken out. We are now forced to pay super high interest rates on everything we own. Even stuff that's paid off, we're still paying interest on. How did that make any sense? But you're sitting there, the American family, the average American family, is no longer middle class. You're either poor or rich. The rich is making money off the poor because the poor can't afford to have two jobs, full-time jobs, and still be able to take care of their families and have enough money at the end of the day to put food on the table. Hence why we are forced to live on credit card debt. And y'all are just going to keep jacking up the prices that we're never going to be able to afford to pay off. Because unfortunately, Dave Ramsey, the average American person has nothing left after their paychecks come in and they pay their bills and they buy groceries. They have nothing left to save. So you're sitting there with $20 to your name for 2 weeks until the next penny. And that's if you're lucky. There's some people that are in the red right now. They are working their asses off and they can't even pay all their bills on time. And they're trying to decide, do you want to keep the light on this month or the water? No. Living is just a luxury. I can't afford to put braces on my kids right now. That's a luxury. Going out to eat, that's a luxury.
I feel like the lack of money that people have now is really just starting to compound anxiety, depression, anger. They're short fused. People are just getting, it's even worse to me this year than it was last year, but fuses are getting shorter. You see people that any kind of issue comes up, whether they're in a store, just anywhere, people are just automatically, they're getting the shakes, they're getting angrier faster. People are not having the amount of patience they used to have. It really comes down to emotional intelligence, and people are not able to manage this anymore. And I'm starting to see people break. I see people constantly all day, and it just seems like it's starting to just kind of compound.
It feels like this all can turn into chaos at any moment, bringing us to a kind of dystopian civil war-like scenario. This is something very new to the Western world, and precisely because it is so new, they are not prepared for it. For the last almost a century, basically ever since the end of the Second World War, this part of the world has been quite prosperous, stable, and comfortable. For 2, maybe even 3 full generations, people here lived in what looked like a good life, driving to Home Depot on weekends, shopping at malls, living in those Hollywood-style houses with beautiful lawns and smiling neighbors. Some say this was thanks to good governance, democracy, and liberalism, but I personally doubt it. I think it was the result of colonial imperialism, a lifestyle artificially elevated by siphoning resources from so-called developing and third world countries through exploitative trade, through criminal policies, through the World Bank, the IMF, and of course by propping up the dollar as the global paper reserve currency. But that's the topic for another video. Anyways, the West was the dream, the image of success, the example shown to the rest of the planet as proof that Western model works. But not anymore. The debt, the deficit, the inequality, it has all gone way too far. And there is no peaceful way back from here. If you walk the streets of North American cities today, you might think that I'm exaggerating, because there is still a layer of normalcy. You see people laughing, smiling, eating out, and you can think to yourself, where is this collapse he's talking about? Everything looks just fine. But that is only a thin surface, a fragile mask, stretched across society. First of all, not all streets are like that. On some streets, the collapse has already happened. On some streets, society has already regressed down to something like the Stone Age, and these streets are not rare. They exist in every single North American city, even in smaller towns, even in the supposedly safe suburbs of Vancouver, where I live. There are streets that look like this: chaos, decay, tents, needles, despair. But largely, on the surface, there is still order. There are still coffee shops, yoga studios, and people pretending everything is fine. But underneath that thin layer of normal life, millions of people are breaking down. If you stop someone on the street and ask them how they are really doing, how they are managing their debt, their rent, their bills, many will crack right in front of you if they were to be open and honest. And I feel it myself. I often wake up with a sense of complete desperation, wondering how it all went to hell so quickly and so deeply, how the future slipped away, how hope turned into this. And yet, if you passed me on the street during the day, you would never know. I wear the mask too. Millions of people are doing the same. But those masks don't last forever. If the right spark comes, and it inevitably will, the situation will morph into something very unpleasant very fast. Too many people are broke. Too many people have had enough of this unfair, exploitative system. The ruling class has become too disconnected from us, peasants. I don't know exactly what form this final collapse will take, whether it will be a slow decay or a sudden crash, but the collapse is inevitable. And the truth is, I don't think Canadians or Americans are prepared for it. They are not prepared for mass homelessness, for real poverty, for violence in the streets, for defending themselves against the government and against corporations that have both grown too greedy and too corrupt, that have sucked every last drop of wealth out of their citizens, and that have now pushed the system so far past the point of no return that it cannot sustain itself any longer. I lived through the 1990s in Russia. Even though I was a kid, I remember what life was like after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Nobody had any money. My grandparents and I weren't buying food, we were foraging it. We planted potatoes and strawberries and stored them for the winter. We set up tents in the forest and filled huge cans with mushrooms, preparing them to last through the cold months. We went fishing, salted what we catch, and stocked it away. Honestly, as a child, it felt pretty good, actually. In many ways, I was happier back then than my kids are today, glued to social media and shopping malls. I'm not saying I want to go back there, but the point is, people in the post-Soviet world still remember how to survive like that, and we could do it again if we had to. But I don't think Canadians or Americans can. First, because they haven't lived that way.
No possible logical interpretation of what is going on in Canada right now, and the Canadian government wants its citizens broke, despondent, and dead. That is the only logical conclusion you can reach when looking at the Canadian government's policies. I've been going over the temporary foreign worker program, where we have over 230,000 people in Canada through LMIAs, when we have a 7% unemployment rate in Canada, 22% unemployment rate among male youth, which is an absolute catastrophe. Anybody with half a brain can tell you your male unemployment rate among youths being 22% portends disaster with any historical knowledge. But there's something even more nefarious and more shocking. In Canada, we have something called an international mobility program. The temporary foreign worker program has 230,000 people on it approximately. This IMP, International Mobility Program, 1.9 million people. And get this, it's even easier to apply for foreign workers than it is the TFW. With the TFW, at least you need to fill out an LMIA if you're a business owner, which makes you explain why you were unable to hire a Canadian and you have to hire a so-called temporary foreign worker. Now, it's a rubber stamp. About 90% of these get approved. But at least they put the veneer up that they are trying to protect.
Have a key to your advantage, and we don't want to lose it.
The EV mandate is gone for now, but we're seeing a real resurgence in of Mark Carney's real agenda. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. My name's David. Today, Mark Carney, in his press conference the other day, we're going to look at a few snippets there. We're going to compare some other clips here to his ministers. Something else that's happening with the Liberals is they're starting to rally around their environmental agenda. We thought this was going away. It's actually getting stronger. His net zero agenda, it's not going anywhere. Let's jump into this. Starting this one off, Kirk has an interesting graph here saying that Canada's temporary foreign workers program is mass immigrating some of the least educated people on earth to Canada. And that's what we see here. This blue is what we're looking at. This is less than high school educated. And we can see here temporary foreign worker program per skill level, it was almost none for years. Back in 2022, started ramping it up. And look at this. You're getting highly uneducated people taking up all the jobs for Canada's youth. Doctor or engineer? Neither. The Liberals have destroyed the best immigration system on earth, which Canada used to have. And we used to have it with both conservative and Liberal governments. But this one here, Air Canada flight attendants massively reject wage offer, union says. They're offered a new contract, a tentative contract, 99.1% moving down the airline's wage offer. This is not done. This is not over. Carney isn't out of the woods on this one yet. Moving ahead, we've got this one. Is the zero-emission vehicle mandate dead or merely sleeping? So this article coming from CBC, I bet you know where this is going. It says, a lot is now riding on Carney's climate competitiveness strategy. I bet a bunch of people who voted for the Liberals, voted for Mark Carney, didn't even know that is his strategy.
How is it compatible to have both development of conventional oil and have a transition?
In his announcement on Friday, he gave me a few nuggets that really just show where he's going with this. Go down to the bottom of the article here. Can the mandate be saved? What do you think the CBC thinks? There are many pathways to amending the mandate or abandoning it. So it goes on to talk about the lack of incentives in charging infrastructure as part of what's standing in the way of Canada keeping pace with other countries. EVs account for 21% of new car sales in the European Union last year. That might be more the reason why the federal government is doubling down on such efforts. It talks about different ways to structure selling vehicles if they're EVs, extending credits to plug-in hybrid vehicles and infrastructure, reevaluating tariffs on Chinese-made EVs. They're not going to do that. They're invested in the pipeline in Canada. They don't want this competitor here. Even though they claim it's all for the environment, it's only for the environment if they get to make money off of it for the environment. From his press conference, I didn't show this earlier, but listen to him talk about decarbonization.
The first thing is to say, from our perspective on climate competitiveness, is to develop the competitiveness of our industries everywhere from the resource sector through to manufacturing, through to services, so that Canadian businesses can compete. We can grow foreign markets. We can grow jobs and sustainable jobs here in Canada.
Which foreign markets want to have this climate checkmark, the green leaf beside every single product? Germany? Which ones? If we go this route, the number of trading partners we'll have will fit on one hand. There'll probably be less than one hand. There'll be hardly any.
And in that regard, there's a series of measures that we're taking and will take. Starts from the tax system and works its way out, so that the investments in decarbonization are happening here in Canada. You will see some elements of that coming with the major projects when those announcements are made as well, but there'll be a more comprehensive approach for climate competitiveness as part of our global industrial competitiveness strategy. And you'll see that
Didn't Germany try this and pretty well crippled their economy? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. After Russia cut them off, they switched over to a green economy, and it has crippled them even further. And now they're backpedaling and want to use LNG as a transition fuel. So CBC offering a lot of solutions here. Of course they are. Meanwhile, Mark Carney, during his announcement, this is all he had for the $43 billion canola industry in Canada. $370 million canola incentives are missing the mark, says industry group president. Yeah, because it's $43 billion industry. Of course it's missing the mark. We can't just keep paying for incentives. Carney's got to get a deal with China and Donald Trump, but he's not going to, because he's not going to rock the boat with Xi Jinping, his business partner, and he's not going to work out a deal with Donald Trump because he needs Trump as the big bad boogeyman to win another election. Canadians got bamboozled with Donald Trump being the boogeyman, elbows up, and then winning election. He can't have that Trump card go away. So before we get deeper into Mark Carney's net zero agenda that he is rolling out, first off, just listen to Pierre Poilievre talking about the summer of George, more Seinfeld references. This is absolutely stellar.
But this really has been, as I said yesterday, the Seinfeld summer in Mark Carney, a big show about nothing. I think specifically about George Costanza. Do you remember George Costanza?
face legend. George Costanza had this great episode where he had this fancy high-paid job in a corner office, and he didn't do any work, like literally none, but he wanted to look busy, so he'd storm up and down the hallways carrying file folders. He would leave the lights on in his car in front of the office building on the weekend, even though he wasn't there. He would yell into the phone, even though no one was on the other end of the line. And they kept paying him because he looked so busy. I have to admit, Mark Carney has looked really busy. He's been flying off to Europe to sign declarations of intent that actually mean absolutely nothing. He's been holding rally tables with other politicians. You've seen politicians patting each other on the back, congratulating themselves on all the excellent meetings they've been holding. There have been letters written to ministers that they get into media and are recorded with great fanfare on front pages everywhere. My goodness, he's almost as busy and as useless as George Costanza. It has been a big show about nothing. Nothing is getting done under Mark Carney.
Yeah, nothing is getting done.
Everything is getting worse.
That's hilarious, and that's so on the mark. This
These men are trying to meet up with teenagers online. Do you have kids of your own? Yeah. What would they think of this? They probably would tell you. They think they're talking to actual teenagers, but in reality, they're talking to an adult being like posing as one on the other end.
You say 14?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's cute.
I have older now.
Have a good Saturday night? How's it going? Not only is it immoral, downright disgusting, but it's illegal. And these guys know that. Very well. You won't believe some of their excuses.
I don't have no intention to still try to do it.
You don't. What about when you said that you wanted to slide your hands up and down the back? They come in all different shapes and sizes. No, I'm Steve Hansen with the Predatory Investigation Unit. 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 And these are the dangers of your kids using the internet unsupervised. I hope you've brought your appetite because we've got a lot of predator pasta to dish out here. What up, y'all? It's your boy Scooter Gene here, coming at you from the editing room. And if you haven't already, be sure to check out my page on Locals. Here you can access exclusive, early, uncut, and uncensored Predator Catch content. If you're not familiar with the platform, it's basically just like Patreon, except I can post just about whatever I want on there, including some content that may be a little too hot for YouTube. You never really know what's going to happen here on YouTube with their highly strict guidelines, so I highly encourage you guys to consider becoming a Skeet supporter on Locals so that we can delivering you guys the content that you want to see. Now that I've got all the e-begging out of the way, I hope you enjoyed this video. Oh, and be sure to follow my second channel and my Twitch. It's always a rather embarrassing experience when you get caught up in chatting online with a 13-year-old girl. But even more so when it happens at your workplace, and your manager hears about it firsthand. Unfortunately for John, that was the case. Now keep in mind his name is actually Adam, but he calls himself John. After chatting online with our adult decoy for some time, John got so invested with her that he told some of his personal information, which only came back to bite him. We set up an online profile on a dating app, posing as a teen girl to see if any potential predators would take the bait. Unfortunately, John took the bait, and after enough evidence was gathered, we set out to confront him at his workplace about the conversation he had with this underage girl. It turned out that he worked at an auto care shop, which was convenient since my car was having a bit of an engine issue.
Since John was a mechanic, we thought of a rather creative way to begin the interview process.
How's it going? You're like a mechanic, right? Yeah. I got I was going to take a quick look. I don't know how busy you are. I got a little diddler under the hood. Over here, if you could just look real quick. That'd be your picture, right? Yeah. You said that to a girl until she was 13. Not too long ago. That'd be alright.
After the interview, all information is passed over to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. It certainly seemed that the vehicles that John was working on weren't the only thing that had a couple of screws loose. You'll know what I mean after you've read some of this chapter. It's almost as dirty as his hands were from being under the hood all day. The girl tells John that she's 13 and asks if he's okay with it. John says, yeah, it's fine. I just don't want to get in trouble. So your parents check your phone. The girl says that she wouldn't tell him that her parents don't check her. John says that he's thinking about dirty things. He describes some of the acts that he wants to perform. He mentions a specific position that he wants to try. He asks the girl if she knows what a 69 is, and proposes that they can do that as well. John then brags about how well endowed he is. Now, why would a 13-year-old girl need to know that? You gotta wonder. John had quite a bit to say in his chat line, but that wasn't quite the case when he met me, face to face.
Now, Adam, or John as let's call himself, came across our decoy profile on the dating app somewhere in the summer of 2022. Right off the bat, it was very clear to Adam that this girl was 15 years old. He did not hesitate to talk to her and turn the conversation. Now, I can't go into too much detail here, but the things he was saying that he wanted to do with this girl were very, very graphic. He was very descriptive. In the chat log, he did acknowledge that what he was doing was potentially very illegal. But that didn't stop him. Just kept going. He made plans to meet up with this girl on a weekend when she would be home alone. Now, in these investigations, we often hear that, these guys have never done this before. It's always their first time. We know that that's not all of the case, but I think it may have been the case with Adam, because he wasn't very careful with covering up his tracks at all. After a few exchanged messages back and forth between Adam and the boy, the conversation moved over to texting, and Adam actually used his real number to text this boy. So because he used his real phone number, I was able to do a quick number search and find out some information about him. At some point, he did tell the girl where he worked. There was a certain auto page that mentioned the name of it. And after I did the number search on him, I did find an address. And I looked for a few of the auto care shops around that address. And pretty much after putting two and two together, I narrowed it down to which of the two auto care shops that Adam might work at. Might be him, right here. Just like we got this guy moving around here, he's looking pretty busy. He did say he said he's the only one working right now at the time. Thank you. John. Slice it. Okay, I'm gonna put this thing. I'm just gonna wander in there and see if I can talk to him. See if that's him. Alright, boys, we're gonna go holler at the boys right here in the shop. Looks like they're getting down. And we're gonna see if our boy Adams is here. Hopefully it goes good. So,
Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis when she knew all along it was impossible.
I'll see him. I'm gonna try going in next and talk to someone who's asking if this guy works here.
Hey, the city doesn't work there. I see him zooming right to see right there. See him right there. He's working on this pickup truck over here, it looks like. So I'm gonna go ahead and take his picture of over here. You can't really see him now. Yeah. I'm gonna take him over here. Alright. Alright, boys, there's John. See him right there. I'm gonna go over and ask him if he can take a look at the little dipper that I got going on under the hood here. We actually already had the correct fire stone this time, so. Hey man, how's it going? You're like a mechanic, right? Yeah. Yeah, I got like I'm gonna take a quick look. I don't know how busy you are. I got like a little diddler on the hood over here. If you could just like look real quick. Yeah. So, yeah, that'd be your picture, right? Yeah. And you sent that to a girl that told you she was 13. Not too long ago. That'd be alright. You'd be Adam, right? Adam or John. Is what you call yourself here? Have a little chat with you. Do you remember talking to this girl right here? And here she tells you that she's 13.
Well, I didn't fight for a guy holding a camera.
This is for documentation purposes. That way you can't say anything happened that didn't. And if I can just have a word with you here. Now, you see here, she does say that she's 13. Adam, John. So, I mean, what makes it okay to talk to a 13-year-old girl like this? And talk pretty. Now, it looks like you were planning to meet up with her next weekend and do some random naughty things. Right? And here you say your parents don't mind being on the dating app? I mean, you're acknowledging that she's 13 here, right? And you say you don't want her parents to check her phone and get anyone in trouble, right? I mean, that's what you say here, right? You say here that you're thinking about... So you were thinking about a 13-year-old girl, is what you're saying now.
Sure.
Yes. By the way, I'm Skeet Hans with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. Just so you know, we do report all our findings to the police. Okay? And here you say that you want to be her missionary, and then having her lay flat on the ground, on her stomach, while you... A 13-year-old girl. A 13-year-old girl, John? Adam? Is it Adam or John? Oh, it's Adam. I see it on your shirt now. At this point, Adam was really feeling the pressure. He was nervous. He was sweating. He really didn't like the fact that he was being caught in 4K, as they say. And it's just getting worse as every minute is going on. You know, he's got this grime and grease on his hands, been in the hood all day. He's got this sort of car oil scent going on, combined with a little bit of body odor. And that could have actually been avoided if he just put on a cologne from December. And this video is actually sponsored.
I am so sorry for interrupting your regularly scheduled dose of Predator pods of a 50 little bottle like this here that you just sent out. We're just going to switch the display and we just no.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, please do. We already had your picture and everything.
Oh, hang on, sir.
Okay. Well, please explain what makes this conversation okay. And what we want to stop this before it should escalate, because you were planning to meet up with her next weekend. She's 13, Adam. You ask her what she's done. You say she says she's done kissing in a BJ. You ask her how she liked the BJ. Okay, and then you say, I like to think I'm pretty big.
Can I go get my manager just to have the witness?
Oh, well, we can get to that in a minute, but I just want to talk. I mean, we have a camera with us here, but I just want to talk to you about the challenge. You say that you're 8 inches fully hard to a 13-year-old girl. Why does a 13-year-old girl need to know that, Adam?
May I get my side of the story, sir?
Sure, please.
Alright, so met her on the website. Thought she was 18.
At first?
Yeah, at first.
And she never told you she was 18.
No, she didn't.
She told you she was 13.
Well, I thought she was 18, and I started asking her questions. And
what about initially, right off the bat when she told you she was 13. You're saying she told you she was 13 and then you started asking her questions? Or you're saying it was the other way around? This first thing I have is, she says, I'm 13, is that okay? And then we get the questions. You talk about how your 8 inches fully hard. You say, I would have to go easy on you because you're a virgin. I think you would love my... This is what you say. You say it's really big and thick. Last girl I had with said she could feel it in her stomach. I mean, why does 13-year-old girl even know that? So do you want to explain what your plan was? I mean... It looks like it's obvious what your plan was, but do you have any other explanation?
Tell us what must be done. Sam and I have unfinished business. You will need to stabilize the ether reactor.
I know it looks really bad.
It does. It's not a good look. And not only that, Adam, but it's illegal. A conversation like this with somebody you think is 13. Okay? But finish with what you were going to say.
I mean, I don't want to seem like a bad guy or an ass, because I mean, I already do. But I mean,
and I would say so. This is a dirty chat log I got here, and I'm not even done going through it yet.
I know.
You know what you said, so.
I know. I'll own up to it.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
But I'll cut ties off of her.
Okay.
I mean, I know what I did was wrong. I mean, I'll be a man, stand up to it.
I would hope so. You say, I'll see if you can handle it, then put all of you. I've never had the white girl before, and she says, so I would be your first. And you said yes, so you acknowledge that you want to have this girl. And you've been talking for a couple of weeks pretty consistently. You say, I figure we could do, we could do a 69, and if you're down for it, we could have this too. You want to do all this, all these different acts with this 13-year-old girl. Yeah. I mean, what makes it okay? I mean, you do know this is illegal.
Yeah, I do.
So why do it, Adam? Why have a conversation like this? And she says she doesn't know what a 69 is, and you go into detail explaining what a 69 is in very graphic detail. I can't even repeat what you were saying in here, okay? If I did, I might need to start going to church on Sundays, because of the vulgarity coming out of my mouth, if I were to read that. I think you say if you were 18, I would blank the living blank out of you. So you do acknowledge that she's under 18, multiple times here. And you even say, I would like to, but it's illegal. You say it right there, Adam. And I don't want to hurt you, because I know you're looking for friendship, and honestly, you just want a friend's benefits today. But you acknowledge that it's illegal, and you still talk to her, Adam. And currently, as far as it looks, you're still planning to meet up with her next weekend. Because you were busy this weekend, right? So, what's your plan? Your plan was, it looks like your plan was to meet up with her next weekend.
My plan was just to hang out.
Just hang out.
See.
So no blanking the living blank out of her, and no 69, and no what you're saying.
No.
None of that.
No.
So, why say it here in the messages?
I just figured I could.
You figured? I mean, you can. It's free world, free speech, sure, but I mean, you see how this looks.
Oh, I know. Sir.
How am I to believe that you weren't going to do any of this next weekend?
Well, the truth is you can't.
The truth is I can't, but I mean, there's no way of knowing, but what's there to steer me believing otherwise? Because that seems to be all you talk about. You say you have a fantasy of her answering the door in underwear when she shows up. I'm sorry, when you show up. So you want her to be in her underwear. I mean, it just goes on here. You talk about your size and brag about it being 8.5 inches. And you say, wait till you see it. And then here was, you were texting her late at night. You say, she was thinking if you might want to hang out or something. And you said, I don't know if your blank can handle my big so late at night. So what does the time of day have to do with that? Oh, man, I'm just curious. I mean, it doesn't seem like it adds up here, but well, like you mentioned before, we could get your manager if you want.
I mean, it's just...
Let them know what's going on here.
I mean, it just...
They just what, Adam?
Well, I mean, I didn't expect something like this to happen to me at work, so...
Well, sure, but, I mean, that's what happens when you talk with someone that tells you they're 13, and then you go on to tell them where you work. And the information was forwarded over to us. And we want to stop anything bad that should happen before we're to get there. Next weekend is what you were planning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So pretty much you guys are just here just to...
We're just here to stop a bad thing before it happens. And then we're going to have to forward this to the police and see what they want to do, because it is illegal, of course. And we are going to have to notify your manager of what's going on here. Like you said before, if you wanted to get your manager. Is there anything else you have to say for yourself, Adam? I mean, what do you think should happen to you? What do you have to say? I mean, what do you have to say for yourself in this? I mean, it's a 13-year-old girl.
I know, sir.
Sure.
I know it seems really bad. It really does.
Oh, it's very bad. This is a filthy chat log, Adam.
I know, sir. I'm just trying to...
I mean, almost as dirty as your hands are. They are from working on cars all day. You know? It's pretty dirty.
I just want to say I'm really sorry. Cut off all ties with her, I swear. Don't speak to her ever again.
I hope you don't, or any other 13-year-old girl for that matter, or anyone else who's underage. I mean, why not talk to an adult? You know, someone your age and plan to do adult things. You know, don't involve a 13-year-old girl. You know, she's not even in high school yet, Adam.
Do you got like a card or something?
That's right here. This is my identification. I'm with the Predatorial Investigation Unit.
Like a business card.
I don't have a business card. No, we don't give that out. I identify myself, and we give our findings to the police. That's all I can tell you.
Write down your name and everything for me?
Yeah, if you want to write down my name, that's fine. I'm Skeet Hansen, Predatorial Investigation Unit. Or if you just want to remember, if you can remember that, that's fine. You'll most likely be hearing from someone in the next few days here. And we can even let your manager know, just so they know what's going on. All right, so did you want to get your manager then? Looks like you don't have too much going on over here.
Yeah, let's get my manager.
Okay, well, let's get it to him. Let you lead the way.
Does he have to be filming when I get my manager?
We document everything just so no one can say anything happened that didn't happen, and vice versa.
All right.
Just so everything's recorded and documented, so there's no one can lie about anything. Basically, that's the reason we do that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
Oh, manager's over there. Perfect.
I'm gonna have to have you write. Can you like write down your name for me and everything?
Sure. I can do that for you.
Like number and everything.
Oh yeah.
Office number.
We don't really have that. I can give you my name and the investigation unit. That's about it. How you doing, sir? Would you be Adam's manager here? Okay. Well, I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. We're a privately owned and operated organization that confronts and exposes adults who try to meet up with and have underage girls online. And I do have a very dirty chat log of a conversation Adam was having here with a 13-year-old girl.
She was 18 at first.
Well, that's what he says, but you can see right here at the very beginning, she says, I'm really 13, are you okay with that? And he says, we can be friends as long as you're okay with it. He sends a picture there, and that is his phone number. It says a lot of things here. He talks about her parents not knowing if they were to check her phone or something. And then he says he's thinking about here, and to be honest with you, he says, I don't know, since you're not 18. So he acknowledges that she's not 18, and here he goes on to talk about what she's done. She said she's done kissing and other things, and then he says, I like to think I'm pretty big, and he says he's 8.5 inches hard, so he goes about to talk about his sir, can you please not touch the binder? All right. Appreciate it. This is predatory investigation unit property, so...
Well, I just don't want my manager to...
I thought this was your manager.
He is.
Are you his manager? Okay. And I can go on here. He says, I think you would love my right there. I mean, we have everything on him. I mean, this just, it goes on, I mean, he says, we'll see if you can handle it when I put all my inches in you, he says. And he goes in depth about what a 69 is, and says he wants to do that with her. And you pretty much get the gist of it, but I'm just letting you know what's going on here. So
if you could just write down your name, your number, how to contact you.
Yeah. Email. Yeah. Do you want to step into the front desk in there so I can write that down for you, or
use the office?
Or use the office? That's fine too. All right. So what do you make of all this, since you're his manager? I would say so. Step to the office here, I guess. Just follow Adam here.
You can use my binder.
Sure. I'll just use my binder as a... Okay. And what do you need my information for? Just wondering.
Well, to know exactly who I'm talking to and who I spoke with.
Gotcha.
Just as a reference.
Okay. And we will be forwarding it to the police, so they'll know what's going on already. Alright, so if anyone does contact you, or if you call the police yourself or anything, just let them know. Steve Hansen with the Predatory Investigation Unit, just like that.
Do you have an email address I can...
we don't. We only give that to the police, so they'll have that all on file.
Alright.
And that's pretty much, I guess, going to be it, Adam, but I just got to let you know, I'm Steve Hansen with the Predatory Investigation Unit, and we're doing an online series about adults who try to meet up with and talk about sex with minors and all that. And for documentation purposes, yes. And if there's anything else you have to say, we'd love to hear it. Otherwise, just want to let you know you've just been skeeted. Like I said, if there's anything else you have to say, then we'd love to hear it. But if not, then that's it. All right, Adam. Well, we're going to be forwarding this over to the police and see how we go about it from there. Well, Adam, you have a good rest of your day, then. And I don't want to see you on those apps again, obviously, talking to underage girls. Well, good day to you, then. Just get out of here. Alright, so looks like the police just arrived here. Good, how's it going, man?
Not too bad.
So, the reason we called you, there's this guy, his name is Adam or John. He works at this... Yeah, he works at this Firestone here, Complete Auto Care, and for the past couple of weeks, he's been having a very sexually charged conversation with a girl that told him he was 13 in this sting operation.
Okay. What can you show me there?
So here, that would be his picture here. Nice smile he has, as you can see. Here, you can see the girl does tell him that she's 13, and then he immediately gets very sexual. You can see right there he acknowledges that she's 13 and asks when her parents are going to be gone. Right here he does say that he wants to put his blank down her throat, which is just, here he says he knows it's illegal, he doesn't want to get in trouble, this, that, and the other, and I believe it was right around... So this part here, he goes into graphic detail about, what a 69 is and tells the girl that he wants to do that to her. And then he says, basically, I want to blank you in the blank while you're bent over face down. It just, it just gets into graphic detail here. And as far as I know, it is illegal to have a conversation online with something that you think is third hand.
Okay. Is there any way that I can get this information?
Yeah, I can send you everything in like a Google Drive link.
Yeah,
If you give me an
I
email.
can take down your information.
Yeah.
We'll send you a link. You can go ahead and forward us all that information on there. All right, so I'm going to get your information real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Your first name?
You want just one ID?
Yeah, if you have an ID, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. This would be that right here. Yeah. Maybe just copy everything down there.
Can I get your email address?
Yeah, that'd be SKEETMEDADDY 69 at Gmail.
All right. Here's that. I have your information here. I can put all this information in the system. I can get you this case number. Do you want it now, or do you want it like when we send it to you in an email?
Yeah, just give it to me now. That's fine.
All right. Yeah. What I can do is put all this information in the system, get a case number going for you. Okay. And then I'll be back shortly. Get you that information.
Okay, great.
All right. Here's what I got. Okay. Here's a card, case number on it. You'll have someone contact me soon with all the details there. If you have any other questions, you can reach us. Right there, and then we'll be good to go, man.
Okay.
Someone may be reaching out to you shortly. Just make sure that you can go ahead and upload that information to the link that we send you so we can make sure that we have everything documented, and then we can kind of go from there. All right, so you have our information.
Yeah.
If you have any other questions, comments, you feel free to reach out to us. You may be calling you for further information. Aside from that, if you don't have nothing else, we can go ahead and head out.
Yeah, that's it for me. Just wanted to, let you know.
Flight attendants with Air Canada have overwhelmingly rejected the company's wage offer. The union says they voted 99.1% against it. Voter turnout was 99.4%. The tentative deal reached with the airline last month included a 12% salary increase this year for most junior flight attendants and an 8% bump for more senior members. QP says it wasn't good enough, accusing the airline of not bargaining in good faith on wages and blaming the government, saying it gave Air Canada leverage in negotiations. The union says the issue of wages will now proceed to mediation and then arbitration if necessary. Air Canada says it is fully committed to the mediation and arbitration process and that no strike or lockout will happen and flights will continue to operate.
Folks, buckle up. Canada's a mess. Carney tried to push a wage deal on Air Canada's flight attendants and that did not work out. 10,000 workers, 99% united, said no. This isn't a contract squabble. That's a showdown that exposes Carney's weakness again. It's like on repeat. That's insanity. You just can't seem to get anything done. Workers are angry, inflation is crushing families, and leadership is missing in action. And that's what happens when fragile elites pretend they're strong. Now let me break it down. Carney's entire plan blew up in his face. He thought flight attendants would accept a quick patch deal that looked good on paper. Didn't even come close to covering real costs. 12% for new hires, 8% for seniors, and a promise of some ground pay. That's not fooling anybody. These are workers living in one of the most expensive cost of living stretches Canada's ever seen. And Carney's serving them scraps. The union didn't just reject it, they crushed it. Over 99% voted against it. That's 9%. That's almost a total revolt.
Air Canada flight attendants have rejected the tentative agreement nearly unanimously. In a vote that wrapped up this afternoon, 99.1% of votes rejected the airline's latest wage offer. More details are expected from the union this evening. It is expected that despite the rejection, passengers should not be impacted by any further labor disputes. The union is not in a legal position to strike, and while they did remain off the job illegally previously, any sticking points are expected to be resolved in mediation, which would move to arbitration if necessary. For its part, Air Canada says it is fully committed to the mediation and arbitration process. Now let's dig into this further with Ian Lee. He's an associate professor at the Sprott School of Business at Carleton University. Ian, thank you so much for making time for us.
My pleasure, Deanne.
Ian, your immediate thoughts. This is a resounding rejection of the deal. 99.1% of flight attendants voted against it. What do you make of this rejection?
There's no question. It was definitive. I sort of thought they were going to reject it, but I thought it would be more of a split vote, 55-60% maybe rejecting. This is stunning because it rejected the union, the flight attendants rejected their own the deal struck by their own union leaders and, of course, Air Canada. And so that suggests how angry they are, how upset they are on the ground at the grassroots level. And this whole issue, although they can't go back out on strike because of the decision by the government under Section 107, this issue is not over. There's a lot more work to be done on both sides.
Carney expected compliance, but instead he got defiance on a historic scale. When thousands of workers stand shoulder to shoulder and you reject it, you're not negotiating in favor. It's proof that Carney doesn't understand ordinary Canadians, and they're tired of being told, tighten belts. Like, what? Oh, executives are enjoying bonuses? Being told to, well, pinch your pennies a little bit more. Hold on to your money. Make it go farther. What? That isn't just a wage dispute. It's a symbol of how out of touch Carney really is. His arrogance, his blindness to reality, and his obsession with headlines instead of hard solutions is showing why he's not fit to lead. Real leaders listen and adjust and deliver. Carney doesn't. Trump would never let it get this far. Oh my gosh. First, I feel like Trump probably would have had an aneurysm over what's going over again if he was the leader. Oh my gosh. If he came into power right away. Oh my gosh. So livid. And he was over in America. Gosh, why can't Kevin get something like that? Like, what makes this even more explosive is the way workers are refusing to bow to government pressure. When Ottawa slapped them with a back-to-work order, most leaders, they wouldn't came. Not these flight attendants. What they did? They were willing to risk arrest rather than accept being forced into silence. That kind of courage is what is needed. That's the kind of courage that should be admired. But instead of respecting their stand, Carney doubled down, hiding behind legal orders and, like, arbitration? What? To look like a tough guy? In reality, he looked desperate, using laws as a shield to cover his weakness. He didn't fight for the workers, he fought for the corporations, the comfort zone, making sure flights kept running while ignoring the people who make those flights safe. Think about that. Attendants are responsible for passengers' lives, yet they're treated as disposable. Trump would have been... Oh, I feel like the earth would have split under Trump's fury. Oh gosh, he would have walked right up and shook the hands of those workers, praising them, reminding them they matter. Carney tried to break them. Good job.
Ian, your immediate thoughts. This is a resounding rejection of the deal. 99.1% of flight attendants voted against it. What do you make of this rejection?
Oh, there's no question. It was definitive. It was, I sort of thought they were going to reject it, but I thought it would be more of a split vote, 55, 60% maybe rejecting. This is stunning because it rejected the flight attendants rejected the deal struck by their own union leaders and, of course, Air Canada. And so that suggests how angry they are, how upset they are on the ground at the grassroots level. And so this whole issue, although they can't go back out on strike because of the decision by the government under Section 107, this issue is not over. There's a lot more work to be done on both sides.
We know that the wage hike was going to be 12% for those with 5 years on the job or less, that the union QP specifically was focused on flight attendants who don't have a lot of experience. They were saying some of them had to resort to food banks to just keep themselves afloat.
That contrast says everything about leadership. Canada's workers are demanding respect. Trump was in charge and he was the president of Canada. Oh, people would love him. They love him still over in America. Like the Canadian people, they love Trump. They love to have him here. I really want Canada for you guys to get somebody like Trump into the country turned around.
This here is 40-some-year-old Kate, or Alyssa, as he goes by online. He is a self-proclaimed sniffy guy. For those of you that don't know, the Urban Dictionary defines a sissy guy as a biological man who acts feminine or dresses up as a lady. Now, There's nothing wrong with that. No judgment over here. But when you incorporate that with what Shane was here to do tonight, things start to get dark. In fact, Shane was at this house tonight to do something rather illegal, so we had to get law enforcement involved. And I do
How do you do it?
shout out and thanks to
You can't just do that, Aslan.
for setting up this whole operation.
You can't just do that.
Great job. Makes really good content, so be sure to check out his channel. Now, Shane sent instead a lot of inappropriate things to who he thought was a cupcake. We'll just call that so that he doesn't monetize this. Now, I can't get into full detail on what Shane sent, but if you want to get the full scoop, as well as see this video on the center and many more, be sure to head on over to speederview.locals.com. The central part is that he sent this very questionable picture of his ass, basically. Just hold up in there. Alright, they're all in town now, so we've had reports about just a wanted send over to we've been passing everyone in town here. A wanted nudist in the area. Have you heard about? No. This is the individual. He has a TikTok. He's been sending this picture to many underage females on the TikTok app. It's not. Has anybody made you hot in Bob? Yes, but I just jumped around. Just jumped around. Are we making you hot in Bob? No. Wait, look, they spark ourselves. Okay. Alright, Brandon, if you want to come on with us, it's giving us this nice escort to the police station. This is, this is different.
Passing Semtex.
I didn't know, sir. Alright. Becoming a supporter on Locals really goes a long way in helping us take down these bad guys, so I highly encourage you to do so. Now, Shane or Alyssa is really a character that speaks for himself, and no one can really tell a story better than he can, so let's go ahead and get into the interview. Alright, so how far is this guy away?
We're about an hour away.
It's about an hour?
Yeah, he's from your house.
Yeah. Okay, you said this guy's a self-proclaimed sissy guy?
He likes being submissive to what he says. Submissive to big guys.
Big guys. But he wants to be a girl.
Yes. So when we started talking, he kind of came in like a girlfriend figure of sorts. Like, are you thinking about house and things of that nature rather than position to rest. Started getting some what do you about like if I'm wearing a bunch of other things like that. So that's pictures of panties. And then of course, my wife doesn't do that one. I just wish I could have sex with someone.
That's what he said?
Yep.
Wow. Wait, so does he identify as he, or is it she's like, okay.
There must be a way to speed this up.
Right, it's a little, it's a little,
yeah, it's constantly scenario.
Yeah. Please tell me this guy's showing up in the dressing rooms.
And you asked me to.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Let's see in his pictures. So he shows through his outfits.
This seems like this. You know what they say, girls just want to have fun.
Just want to have fun.
Want to have a blast.
Looking for a lot of fun.
Look at that pole. That is not a like pole at all. That is a man pole.
Not much of
yeah, it's something there. Okay, we got the nose with the heels.
Kind of I can say.
Okay. Well, look at the hair. Holy. Not a bad guy. Shotty's got it going on. I might have to.
Chastity. Yeah, it's
Chastity. That's like some Game of Thrones.
It seems like it. I think what it does, it's something that basically stops you from getting. He's actually mentioned doing that as a common practice, where he clamps his private parts to be more ladylike.
Okay. This is all very, sorry, it's all very new to me. That's when he has to go see his wife.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is the 9 to 5.
Yeah.
Okay. months.
Okay.
He looks like kind of been dead for a couple of years, and it's kind of like not like that Clarkus is kind of
Yeah, kind of like a Draugr from Skyrim.
yeah.
Wow. Never talked to a sissy guy before. This is eye opening. And I do met this individual. Yeah, I have some questions for him. Sissy definition. A sissy is a biological male who acts really feminine, slutty, horny, and really bimbo-like, etc. There it is from Urban Dictionary, that definition of sissy. Didn't know if that was before. Thank you for pulling that up. All right, so what do we got here?
Well, I want to call it a picture, but I'm not sure that I can. I think when I show you, I'm not sure what you here.
Just show me.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm going to say no.
That's a
looks like a nipple.
that is definitely, there's two of them. Those are nipples. That is not a penis.
Oh well.
No, there's one nipple, two nipples. Is that? Well, yeah, that's a guy's technically nudity. Yeah, I'm trying to make my breasts grow. How excited are you? Okay, I guess say you're really excited.
He's getting fitted up for the girl right now. He's with himself in what appears to be the leggings that be arriving in. He's talking about arriving in leggings, panties, and a top.
Okay.
He's getting pretty up for us.
He's getting dolled up.
Time to get to your door naked?
Yes, if he has the door.
These guys.
Alright, where's Decoy? We gotta ask her.
She's not.
Can you answer the door naked? Can you answer the door naked for him? Yeah. Oh, it gets better and better. What the f am I looking at? What is this?
Well, for real this time, I would like to say it's big, but yet again, it's
like a shriveled up nutsack.
It's like maybe like a sack of force.
It's like a butt sack.
It's like maybe it's hiding in there.
I hate to ask this, but can you zoom in on that pink part?
It might be like it almost looks